Chapter 2244. I never thought that person would be so powerful. The Radiant Saint Hall is a peak organization in the Saints' world, yet he can take them on by himself. However, what I don't understand is why such a supreme expert would lower himself and attack the divine kings of Radiant without any regard for his dignity. Does he have some sort of irreconcilable grievance with your Radiant Saint Hall? Jianchen asked in confusion. However, Xianming shook his head without any hesitation. He said, "Although I don't know why that great demon would attack us divine kings of Radiant Saint Hall, there's one thing I'm certain of. The great demon doesn't have any deep grievances with our Radiant Saint Hall. If he did, he would be able to deal unimaginable damage to our Radiant Saint Hall with his invincible strength. However, he just didn't do that. If that's the case, it's rather strange. Is there another reason why he specifically targeted the divine kings of Radiant Saint Hall?" Jianchen murmured. "I don't know about that. Anyway, in those years, all the divine kings of our Radiant Saint Hall were in a constant state of fear because of the great demon. They all began to flee the Radiant Saint Hall, finding places to hide as they were afraid that the great demon would find them. However, even with that being the case, many of the divine kings of Radiant Saint Hall were found by the great demon and ended up in his hands. I don't know why the great demon has lost his mind. He specifically targets people who have reached the peak of the divine king of Radiant Saint Hall and are about to condense soul trees. Even if people of other cultivation levels stand beside the great demon won't even glance at them. I've reached the peak of the divine king of Radiant Saint Hall a long time ago. I'm about to condense a soul tree. Our soul trees are equivalent to your infinite primes. How can it be easy to go from divine king to infinite prime? Moreover, due to the special laws that our divine king of Radiant Saint Hall comprehends, it's much more difficult for us to break through compared to you breaking through from divine king to infinite prime," Xianming said in low spirits. "So, you've stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years, and you're still in the realm of the divine king of light?" Jianchen asked. He had learnt an extremely important piece of information from Xianming. It was much more difficult for Radiant Saint Masters to break through than fighters. It's not that my talent is bad, but it's because of this great array. Everything has its pros and cons. This formation might be able to hide from the secrets of the heavens and make all divination methods useless, allowing me to live through this long period of time safely, but it is also because of the existence of this formation that it bypasses the secrets of the heavens and interferes with the laws. It makes it extremely difficult for me to comprehend the laws of the world in this formation, and I am unable to break through for a long time. If I don't condense a god's soul tree, I won't dare to go outside. Although a long time has passed, no one can guarantee that the great devil won't suddenly find me. In order to obtain Jianchen's trust and obtain Jianchen's help, Xianming spoke a lot. He told Jianchen everything that had happened without holding anything back. This was because he knew that he could only survive if he relied on Jianchen. Although he did not know what was so extraordinary about the dilapidated ancient pagoda that was full of sword marks, he firmly believed in Senior Su's words. "Jianchen, the concealment formation has been damaged. It probably can't hide from the secrets of the heavens anymore. Can you let me in right now? I'm afraid that the great devil will sense my existence if I stay here for too long. Although this place is far enough away from the Radiant Saint Hall, you know that peak experts like the great devil often have many tricks up their sleeve." Xianming looked at Jianchen hopefully. He no longer dared to show any hatred towards Jianchen. Jianchen smiled. "Of course I can. It's just that I'm extremely curious about many things regarding Radiant Saint Masters. In the future, I might have some matters regarding Radiant Saint Masters that I need to ask Brother Xianming about. I hope Brother Xianming will be generous when the time comes." Xianming beamed with joy. "No problem, no problem. Of course there's no problem. As long as it doesn't involve secrets of our Radiant Saint Hall, everything else is fine." Afterwards, Jianchen took out the Anata tower and stowed the uneasy Xian Ming away. Heavens, what a large miniature world! Jianchen, the level of this tower must be quite high. Ah! What terrifying sword chi! There's actually a large region of shattered space up ahead. Just how vast is this miniature world? Here, I can actually comprehend the complete laws without any hindrance. I don't need to comprehend the laws in the concealment formation. I can guarantee that as long as I cultivate in such an environment, the bottleneck to the God's spirit tree won't hold me back for long. Xian Ming cried out as soon as he entered the world of the Anata Tower. Jianchen shook his head with a smile when he heard Xian Ming's voice. He looked at the damaged Anata Tower with mixed feelings. He had exposed the Anata Tower several times in the Poseidon Palace. Although the Supreme Divine King might not be able to recognize the Anata Tower with his knowledge, he knew that once the experts behind them learnt of the Anata Tower's appearance and strength, it was extremely likely that they would be able to guess the origins of the Anata Tower, which would be extremely disadvantageous to him. After all, those people were not like the old woman. They did not want the Anata Tower at all. This tower probably won't be able to remain in my possession for much longer, Jianchen murmured to himself. The artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace was right. The Anata Tower was a hot potato. Although he had brought it up from a lower world, it did not belong to him. It would return to the heavenly palace of Bishing in the end. This was because he did not possess the strength to protect the Anata Tower. Jianchen, I feel like this place is probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. At this moment, Kea emerged from the Anata Tower. He studied the surroundings sternly as he said sternly. Jianchen became stern when he heard that. He looked at Kea with shining eyes and asked, Kea, what have you sensed? Do you sense a faint presence of desolation in the surroundings? The presence seems extremely ancient, with a sense of age. It seems to have existed for countless years. Kea closed his eyes and sensed carefully as he said softly to Jianchen. Jianchen also closed his eyes and sensed carefully. However, he shook his head in the end. He sensed nothing. The presence is too faint. It seems to have fused with the space here, becoming one with the world. Kea continued before pausing, and I have an extremely strange feeling. The concealing formation in the outer space is not natural. Instead, it's cast down by someone. What did you say? Jianchen's face immediately changed when he heard Kea's last sentence. He cried out. This was because he thought of the old woman. She was the grand disciple of the Anata Grand Prime, and she was a powerful primordial realm expert herself. She was extremely knowledgeable, yet she insisted that the formation was natural, so how did Kea conclude that it was man-made? I have a feeling that the concealing formation is not natural. Instead, it's cast down by someone, Kea stressed once again. Jianchen looked at Kea silently. Was Kea's intuition even better than the old woman's? However, in the next moment, Jianchen's face suddenly changed. He could not help but clutch his chest as confusion and surprise filled his face. Jianchen, what's wrong? Kea immediately supported Jianchen when she sensed Jianchen's abnormality. She showed concern. Chapter 2245. A sliver of surprise appeared in Kea's eyes when he heard that. He looked at Jianchen and only after a moment of silence did he ask in doubt, Say, do you think the sudden change in your drop of ancient Skywolf's bloodline has something to do with this place? That shouldn't be the case, Jianchen shook his head. He struggled to believe Kea's guess. However, just when Jianchen said that, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he stared into the distance. He said, I can vaguely sense a call through the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The call comes from up ahead. Jianchen's eyes became extremely bright. He stared in the direction of the call as he became surprised and doubtful. Is it really as you said? Is the change in the bloodline of the ancient Skywolf really related to this place? Let's go take a look first, said Kea. He was filled with curiosity as well. Afterwards, Jianchen and Kea did not stay any longer. They immediately made their way to the location of the call. The meteor was very large, but Jianchen and Kea were Divine King cultivators after all. With their speed, they arrived at the location of the call in just a short while. It was a wasteland. The plains were deathly silent as far as the eye could see. There were no plants at all. It was extremely desolate. Is it here? Kea looked around and asked Jianchen. Jianchen said nothing. He glanced around before closing his eyes. He searched for the location of the call through the connection between him and the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. It's here. It's beneath our feet. Jianchen opened his eyes and looked at the tough rock beneath his feet. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul, which burrowed into the depths of the ground like an invisible sword. However, when his spiritual sense penetrated 1,000 feet into the ground, it was blocked by a mysterious force and could not go any further. Deep underground there seems to be another formation, said Kea. Clearly, he had also detected the situation underground with his divine sense. Break in, Jianchen said firmly. Afterwards, he took out the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. As he channeled his chaotic force into it, the sword immediately shone with star-like light. Under Jianchen's swing, it directly stabbed into the ground in an attempt to create a tunnel that led to the depths of the earth. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the hard rock under Jianchen's feet suddenly shattered into pieces. Amidst the flying debris, a large crater more than 10 meters deep appeared. This meteorite was extremely hard. The might of Jianchen's sword was enough to split a massive meteorite in half. However, it was only able to leave behind a 10-meter deep crater. Jianchen, I'll help you. Kea took action as well. The laws of destruction descended. Like threads, they turned into secondary divine chains that shot towards the ground as well. Immediately, deafening booms constantly rang out. Under Jianchen and Kea's attacks, the ground shook violently. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared and dust filled the surroundings. Under their continuous attacks that were no weaker than the Divine King, the tunnel rapidly deepened. However, the deeper they went, the harder the rock became. As a result, as the tunnel rapidly deepened, their progress became slower and slower. In the end, it took Jianchen and Kea 3 days to get through the short tunnel. They finally saw the formation hidden underground. What appeared in front of them was an ancient stone door that seemed to have been there for countless years. The formation engraved on the stone door was extremely profound. It seemed to contain the truths of the world, hiding endless mysteries. It also gave off a chilling, terrifying killing intent. Kea stared closely at the formation on the stone door. He became stern, which he rarely did. He said with a heavy voice, I can sense that this formation is very terrifying, extremely terrifying. It's countless times more terrifying than the formation we came across before. Jianchen stared at the simple stone door in front of him silently. As he stood before the stone door, the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within him seemed to boil. Not only did it pulsate abnormally, giving off a fiery presence, but it also seemed like it wanted to break free from his control and break out of his body. The abnormality of the power of the bloodline allowed Jianchen to conclude that this place was either related to the ancient Skywolf, or there was something within the stone door that resonated with the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Judging from the profoundness of this stone gate's formation, the concealment formation that was set up outside might not have been naturally formed. Instead, it might have been set up by a peerless expert whose cultivation had reached the peak of perfection. However, what I don't understand is why such a powerful concealment formation would have a killing formation that clearly doesn't match it. Jianchen asked in confusion. He could still remember how he and Kea had been forced to hide in the Anata Tower by a killing formation when they first entered the concealment formation. The killing formation was indeed very powerful, but it could only kill infinite primes at most. Compared to the concealing formation that could obscure the heavenly secrets and prevent the peak-level experts of the saints' world from divining, the difference in level was just too great. That's because that killing formation was left behind by Xian Ming in the past. At this moment, an old voice rang out from behind. The old woman had already appeared behind Jianshan and Kea at some unknown time. She hovered there silently. Xian Ming's father was one of the 8 vice-leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. When he left the Radiant Saint Hall, he carried many life-saving items with him. The killing formation you encountered in the concealment formation earlier was cast down by Xian Ming using a formation disc to prevent outsiders from entering, explained the old woman. Then she looked at Kea and said, "Young lady, it looks like you're not simple at all. Even I failed to see through the mysteries of the concealment formation. I always thought it was created naturally, but you saw through it with a single glance. You praise me too much, senior." "It was just a feeling," Kea said modestly. The old woman looked at Kea deeply and said, "If it's really a feeling, then your feeling is far too terrifying." Jianshan coughed gently and pointed at the stone door. He changed the topic and said, "Senior, let's study this stone door instead. May I ask if Senior has any methods to get through the formation on the stone door?" The old woman sighed gently when she heard that. She said, "Let's go. Let's leave this place. Don't even think about the stone door. Although even I'm very curious about the secret behind the stone door, it's not something we can touch. This is because even I fear the formation on it. If I'm not wrong, it was left behind by a Grand Exalt. Only Grand Exalts who have become the heavenly ways and control the heavenly ways can cast down the concealment formation outside to the point where it seems like it was created naturally. This formation cannot be destroyed. You'll die if you touch it." The old woman stared at the stone door as she became extremely stern. With that, she turned around and left. Jianshan did not plan on leaving. He stared at the stone door quietly and hesitated for a while. In the end, he made up his mind and released the restraints on the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Chapter 2246. As soon as the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline came in contact with the formation on the stone door, it immediately fused with it. At the same time, the Grand Exalt's formation on the stone door immediately erupted with blinding light. At that moment, the tremendous energy hidden in the formation seemed to awaken from its slumber. As the energy surged, the entire meteor shook violently, radiating with a terrifying presence that could destroy the world. "Who told you to mess around?" The old woman's expression suddenly changed before she could get very far away. She turned around and called out to Jianshan and Kea. She looked at the stone door with undisguised fear. Afterwards, she arrived before Jianshan and Kea in a flash. She grabbed their shoulders and was about to take them away as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment the old woman paused. A smear of surprise appeared on her face as she immediately stared at the stone door with interest. The Grand Exalt's formation on the stone door began to slowly recede to the sides as it radiated with surging energy. In just a while, the Grand Exalt's formation that even the old woman feared completely vanished. Only a droplet of blood remained. "What's going on?" The change stunned the old woman. She stared at the droplet of blood deeply and said, "Where did this droplet of blood come from?" "This is the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. I obtained it out of luck on the spatial battleship with Senior," said Jianshan. He already knew that the old woman was not an evil person, so he trusted the old woman a little more. "It's actually the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline," exclaimed the old woman. She stared at the stone door that was filled with the presence of time with mixed feelings. She murmured to herself, was this left behind by past Grand Exalts, the ancient Skywolf? Or perhaps this is the place where the ancient Skywolf passed away? Senior, the ancient Skywolf was a past Grand Exalt? Jianshan was surprised. As the name implied, past Grand Exalts were naturally Grand Exalts that had appeared in history. They were not people of the present. The old woman clearly knew quite a lot about the secrets of Grand Exalt. She said leisurely, "That's right. The ancient Skywolf was indeed a Grand Exalt that had appeared in history. He existed in an era before the 7 Grand Exalt. It was an era even earlier than the 7 Grand Exalt. From the moment the Saints' world was formed until now, probably no one aside from peak experts like Grand Exalts, probably no one knows just how long it has existed. It has been split into many different eras, so it's very difficult for anyone to say just how many eras it has existed. However, according to what I know, the era before the era of the 7 Grand Exalts was the era of the ancient Skywolf. Only after all the peak experts of the ancient Skywolf's era passed away did the current era of the 7 Grand Exalts arrive. In other words, the Saints' world has given birth to many Grand Exalts over the long years. Jianchen sighed emotionally. Of course, the Saints' world has already gone through who knows how many eras, and a Grand Exalt has appeared in every era. The old woman recalled the past and murmured, "Many years ago, I was fortunate enough to see the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing when I followed my master. I remember the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing telling my master something. She said that although the Saints' world has gone through different eras, there will never be more than 10 Grand Exalts in a single major world regardless of the era." The old woman smiled self-deprecatingly when she reached there. "Everyone says that once you reach godhood, you'll break free from the limits of life and live as long as the world. You'll live forever. But in reality, no one can truly live forever. Even Grand Exalts who have comprehended the laws to the limit and become the heavenly ways will die. For example, during the battle 3 million years ago, the 7 Grand Exalts of the Saints' world either died or were injured. Even my founding ancestor, the Anata Grand Exalt, met with a mishap. Even sovereigns of the world as powerful as Grand Exalts can't truly live as long as the world, let alone those below Grand Exalts. What eternal life? What life as long as the heavens and earth? In my opinion, all of that is just a joke." The old woman laughed like a madman as she reached the end of her sentence. She seemed to have seen through the true meaning of life and death. What joy was there in life? What fear was there in death? At this moment, Jianchen had already arrived before the simple, stone door. He slowly pushed it open. Immediately, a dense and pure presence of desolation surged out. It possessed the power to reverse the laws of the world. Jianchen was the first to be cleansed by the presence of ways, which made his heart tremble violently. Under the cleansing of the presence, he immediately felt like he had fused with the world. He closed his eyes and seemed to be able to clearly see the 3,000 ways that had wove together into a huge net. He could sense the 3,000 ways, and with a grab, he seemed to be able to grasp the laws firmly. He felt like he was in control of them. As for the old woman, her mind was also greatly shaken. Her face was filled with shock, and she could not help but exclaim, Could this be the legendary origin of the great Tao? The old woman's face became extremely mixed. Unlike Jianchen, she understood extremely well just how precious and rare the presence of the origin of ways was. It was a treasure that even grand primes would fight tooth and nail over. The old woman immediately closed her eyes and began to comprehend as much as she could, absorbing the presence of the origin of ways. At the same time, Kea could not help but close his eyes as well. He began to absorb the presence of the origin of ways that leaked out from the stone door. At this moment, even Kea failed to sense that a black hole had silently appeared in the depths of her sea of consciousness. As soon as the surging presence of the origin of ways entered her body, it surged into the black hole and vanished completely. Over 50% of the origin of ways that leaked out from the stone door had been absorbed by Kea. Even with Jianchen and the old woman working together, the origin of ways they absorbed was nowhere near as much as Kea alone. The origin of ways. It's actually the origin of ways. Ching Saw, wake up. The sword spirits that had remained silent for quite some time within Jianshan's body were alarmed as well. It really is the origin of ways. This is something left behind by a grand exalt after his soul returns to the world. It's one of the most precious things in the world. Ziying, take it. Afterwards, the sword spirits began to move as well. They hid within Jianshan's body, turning into yin and yang qi. They rapidly revolved in the form of a yin and yang fish. As they revolved, an invisible suction immediately appeared, constantly absorbing the origin of ways. Chapter 2247. However, at that moment, the three of them could not help but enter a state of selflessness under the cleansing of the origin of the ways. They were immersed in the comprehension of the 3,000 ways. As a result, none of them could sense how much origin of the ways the others had absorbed. At the same time, the majestic Poseidon Palace remained like a primordial beast on the Hinyu plain, extremely far away from where Jianshan and the others were. Although it had already been several days since the Palace of Poseidon closed, the experts gathered in the region of outer space still had not completely left. It was just that their numbers had decreased by 70% compared to a few days ago. These people gathered before the Palace of Poseidon, standing very far away from it. They either stared at the Palace of Poseidon calmly or with flickering eyes. They did not seem like they planned on leaving at all. A rather large meteor hovered silently near these people. The solitary sword ancestor sat on it with his sword on his back. He also stopped there. I come from the Shangyun clan of the Lone Heaven Plain. I represent the Shangyun clan and hope to meet the master of the Palace of Poseidon. I am the current leader of the Tianhe clan on the Godbarren Plain. I hope to meet the new master of the Palace of Poseidon and discuss. We come from the glorious Amethyst planet on the 81st Great Planet. Similar voices rang out from time to time. The people who remained there all came from large organizations from various places. After learning that the new master of the Palace of Poseidon was still young and possessed a low cultivation, they all wanted to lend a helping hand and befriend him as soon as possible. They even directly tried to rope him in to their side. However, the Palace of Poseidon did not respond at all. The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon did not respond to their requests either. However, these experts who came from large forces, had prominent statuses, and had extraordinary cultivations themselves, did not show the slightest bit of impatience. They calmly waited outside and quietly waited. Clearly, Xiao Man had become the most popular figure in the current Saints' world after becoming the new master of the Palace of Poseidon. At this moment, the Palace of Poseidon suddenly shone with dazzling blue light. It hovered in outer space like an ocean. The Palace of Poseidon was enveloped by the blue light, shooting off into the depths of outer space as a streak of light. Many experts from large organizations sighed inside when they saw this. They did not pursue, as they understood that they had already lost the opportunity to befriend the new master of the Palace of Poseidon. However, this was not the case for everyone. At this moment, an ancient sword cut through the air, cutting through the path of the Palace of Poseidon, it forcefully stopping the Palace of Poseidon. The solitary sword ancestor, who originally sat on the meteor, had appeared before the Palace of Poseidon at some point in time. He wielded his ancient sword and blocked the path of the Palace of Poseidon. "Old man, what are you trying to do by blocking my path?" The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon appeared. He stood on the top of the Palace of Poseidon with his short body as he pointed at the solitary sword ancestor and roared out furiously. The corpse of Old Man's disciple is still in the Palace of Poseidon. This is the presence of Old Man's disciple. Hand him over to the Old Man, and the Old Man will leave immediately, the solitary sword ancestor said emotionlessly. With a wave of his hand, he sent a strand of Gongzheng's presence to the artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon. The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon sensed it silently and snorted impatiently. "This is your disciple. Take him and make way." As he said that, a beggar-like corpse in tattered clothes flew out from the palace of Poseidon. Afterwards, the palace of Poseidon directly shot off into the distance, vanishing into the depths of the vast cosmos. The solitary sword ancestor looked at Gong Zheng's corpse, and a sliver of pain appeared on his face. Afterwards, he pressed a finger towards Gong Zheng's forehead and secretly used a secret technique. Immediately, the scene of Gong Zheng's death clearly appeared in the solitary sword ancestor's mind. He personally saw a god artifact shine with dazzling starlight, stabbing into Gong Zheng's forehead with lightning speed. Does anyone recognize this person? The solitary sword ancestor's eyes were cold. He extended a finger towards the space there, and Jianshan's appearance immediately appeared in an extremely clear manner. It's Jianshan! It's Jianshan! Immediately, a few of the divine kings who had yet to leave with their seniors cried out. He's Jianshan? The person who helped the girl in the palace of Poseidon? With that, even the seniors beside the divine king became stunned. They were all surprised. Leave Jianshan behind! The solitary sword ancestor bellowed out. Killing intent surged from him as he turned into a resplendent streak of light, pursuing towards the palace of Poseidon. The great perfection of sword spirit. I never thought I'd reach the great perfection of sword spirit so quickly. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. There was undisguised joy and excitement in his eyes. A few years ago, he had reached the major achievement of sword spirit in the palace of Poseidon, allowing his chaotic body to reach the 12th layer, making him a divine king. Originally, he thought that it would take an extremely long time for his laws of the sword to break through again and reach the great perfection of sword spirit from the major achievement of sword spirit. However, he had never thought that in just a few years, his laws of the sword would break through again, reaching the great perfection of sword spirit. Not only could the great perfection of sword spirit allow Jianshan to condense a fourth strand of profound sword qi, but his chaotic body had also formally reached the major achievement of sword spirit. The 13th layer of the chaotic body was the major achievement of sword spirit. The 14th, 15th, and final 18th layer all belonged to the major achievement of sword spirit. Beyond the 18th layer belonged to the great perfection of the chaotic body. Since ancient times, no one had ever reached this level of cultivation. I have quite a lot of cultivation resources on me right now. Several tens of millions of fire divine crystals, the 2 god-tier heavenly resources of unknown grades in Grand Poseidon's ring, the spoils from the divine medicinal garden, and the resources in the divine king's space ring. This should be enough for me to reach the 13th layer of the chaotic body. Jianshan was filled with eagerness. He had obtained over 100 million fire divine crystals in the palace of Poseidon. Even though he had given most of them to his sister, there were still several tens of millions left. Jianshan, you've finally woken up, Keia's voice rang out from beside him. Jianshan dismissed his thoughts and looked over. He discovered that Keia and the old woman had already woken up before him. They were looking at him from nearby. How long did I spend comprehending? Jianshan asked. When he looked at Keia again, he discovered that Keia had already reached the peak of mid-divine king. Jianshan was extremely surprised by Keia's progress. After all, when Keia cultivated in the Tianyuan family, the rate of his cultivation had left him astounded. It could be said that Keia had gone from the origin realm to overgod in a single stroke. However, he discovered that ever since Keia reached the level of Divine King, his cultivation speed had become abnormally slow, which left him puzzled. Keia glanced at the old woman before saying to Jianshan, "I'm the first one to wake up. You've already spent a month comprehending since I woke up. Young man, it looks like you're quite lucky to actually find the origin of ways. That's something extremely precious in the world. Even I've benefited from it. Not only have my wounds healed with the origin of ways, but my comprehension of laws has deepened as well." The old woman looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. P.S. Please listen to Xiaoyao's official WeChat account.
Once there are any updates or changes in the future, Xiaoyao will inform you through WeChat. Search. Xingxingxiao 110. In simpler terms, it was Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a police number. Chapter 2248. The Origin of Ways. Senior, was the presence earlier the origin of ways? Jianchen asked curiously. That's right. It was the origin of ways. The origin of ways is extremely precious in the saints' world. It's so precious that even grand primes will fight over it. This is because the origin of ways is something left behind by sovereigns of the world who have comprehended laws to the limit after passing away. Every single origin of ways is condensed from their will when they were alive, the crystallization of the condensed laws. As long as you haven't become a grand exalt, absorbing the origin of ways will bring you great benefit. There are two ways for grand exalts to die. The first is when they die in battle against experts of the same level. It's impossible for any grand exalt who dies in battle to leave behind the origin of ways. The second is when they pass away in their dwelling like the ancient skywolf, dispersing from the world. Only grand exalts who pass away like the ancient skywolf will leave behind the origin of ways, the old woman explained slowly to Chen Feng. After that, she stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. Do you understand just how precious the origin of ways is now? So this is where the so-called origin of ways comes from. Jianchen was very unsettled. He looked at the stone door with mixed feelings and said, I never thought that this place would actually be where the ancient skywolf passed away. Jianchen sighed gently. He bowed deeply towards the simple stone door before him politely before entering it. As soon as he set foot in the stone door, Jianchen immediately felt like he had left the saint's world and arrived in another space. He knew that the stone door was equivalent to a spatial tunnel. The moment he set foot in the stone door, he had entered a miniature world. Jianchen looked around and discovered that the miniature world was not very large. It was empty. Apart from a small wooden hut enveloped by a barrier at the end of the miniature world, there was only a droplet of blood that hovered in the center of the miniature world. The droplet of blood was the size of a thumb. It hovered in the air silently like a ruby. When Jianchen looked at the drop of blood, his mind suddenly shook, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of his eyes. This was because he could sense a ripple of energy that was as vast as the ocean from this drop of blood. This seemingly insignificant drop of blood contained a terrifying might that could destroy the world. This drop of blood should be the primordial skywolf's essence blood. Only sovereigns of the world like grand exalts, who have become the laws of the world, can allow their essence blood to remain as powerful as before after who knows how many billions of years. The old woman and Kea arrived as well. The old woman stared at the droplet of blood extremely sternly and said in thought, the energy within this droplet of blood makes even me shiver in fear. If it erupts, even peak chaotic primes won't be able to escape death. Be careful. Do not touch this droplet of blood. However, before the old woman had even finished speaking, the droplet of blood that made her shiver suddenly began to tremble gently. Afterwards, under the old woman's shocked gaze, the droplet of essence blood from the primordial skywolf slowly approached the power of the bloodline within Jianchen. The eyes of Jianchen and the other two narrowed when they saw this. Their hearts began to thump uncontrollably as they became filled with some panic and unease. After all, the droplet of blood had been personally left behind by the primordial skywolf. It was so powerful and terrifying that even the old woman shivered in fear. If something really happened and the terrifying power within the blood completely erupted, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jianchen had already taken out the Anata tower. He stared at the two droplets of blood nervously as he prepared for the worst. In the end, the two droplets of blood finally approached each other and slowly fused together, becoming a larger droplet of blood. The energy within was calm, without any instability. Jianchen and the other two all let out a sigh of relief when they saw this. Their hearts finally settled down as well. See if you can continue to control this droplet of blood,
the old woman said to Jianchen. Jianchen nodded. Immediately, he used his connection with the power of the primordial Skywolf's bloodline to attempt to control it. Immediately, the power of the bloodline that had fused with the essence blood seemed to be called out to. It flew towards Jianchen. Jianchen rejoiced inside. He discovered that he could still control the power of the bloodline like before. However, he dared not let the power of the bloodline return to his body right now. Instead, he controlled the power of the bloodline to hover before him as he studied it seriously and sternly. He wanted to ensure that the droplet of blood did not possess any problems or hidden dangers. After a careful inspection, Jianchen discovered that the power of the bloodline that originally belonged to him had not truly fused with the essence blood. It seemed like the power of the bloodline had wrapped around the essence blood, constantly absorbing the tremendous energy within the essence blood, strengthening itself at all times. Even though the essence blood had been personally left behind by the primordial Skywolf, it was only a ball of terrifying energy right now. Faced with the constant devouring of the power of the bloodline, it was completely at his mercy. It did not resist at all. Jianchen was overjoyed by this discovery. He had been worried that the power of the bloodline would not be able to increase. As his strength increased, the assistance it could provide him was basically negligible. However, he had never thought that he would come across such a great fortuitous encounter in the blink of an eye, unexpectedly finding a droplet of essence blood left behind by the ancient Skywolf. It's just a pity that the power of the essence blood can only be absorbed by the power of the bloodline that shares the same origin as the ancient Skywolf. Otherwise, it would instinctively resist the power, leading to severe consequences. It's just that from the looks of it, the power of the bloodline will still need quite some time to absorb all the energy in the essence blood, Jianchen thought. He completely stopped worrying and absorbed the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline back into his body. Afterwards, Jianchen looked at the wooden hut enveloped by the barrier. Since this miniature world was where the ancient Skywolf had passed away, it went without saying that the ancient Skywolf's legacy would be left behind in the wooden hut. This was the legacy of a grand exalt. Even with Jianchen's chaotic body, he struggled to resist the temptation. Chapter 2249. Although he had heard what the old woman had said, Jianchen did not give up. This was a grand exalt's legacy. It was so tempting that he struggled to remain calm. Afterwards, Jianchen continued to control the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline to leave his body in an attempt to pass through the barrier. However, Jianchen failed this time. He used the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline as support and tried everything he could think of, but it all ended in failure. It seemed like it was just as the old woman had said. Only those with the bloodline of the Skywolf clan could pass through the barrier. Don't even think about attacking the barrier and exhausting its energy. That's because it's useless before a barrier personally cast down by a grand exalt, the old woman said from behind. With that, she turned around and left. Jianchen looked at the indestructible barrier in pity and sighed helplessly. He knew that the legacy of the ancient Skywolf was not something he could touch. In the end, he could only leave with Kea reluctantly. Passing through the stone door, Jianchen and Kea reappeared on a desolate meteor. They flew up from a depth of several thousand meters and discovered the old woman standing on the edge of the tunnel. She stared at the night sky sternly. They've come. They've come even faster than I imagined. The concealing formation has gradually lost its effect. The old woman sighed deeply as she stood there. Are they the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing? Jianchen frowned as well. He also raised his head to look at the pitch-black, starless sky. He felt rather nervous as well. The Anata Tower was still on him. That's right. It's them. They're the most loyal guards of the heavenly palace of Bishing. Every single divine general has been carefully selected from thousands of prodigies by the heavenly palace of Bishing. Every single one of them has been nurtured by the heavenly palace of Bishing without holding back. As a result, these divine generals are extremely powerful. Only those supreme prodigies of the same level can contend against them. They're very difficult to deal with, the old woman said slowly. Afterwards, she looked at Jianchen and Kea and said sincerely, "The two of you should leave quickly. Leave before the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing arrive, just in case you cause unnecessary trouble. The origin of ways from before should have belonged to the two of you completely, but I failed to control it and absorbed a portion of it. As a result, I owe you a favor. However, I won't be able to escape today. Moreover, I've spent so many years running for my life, so I probably won't be able to repay you," the old woman said rather guiltily. "Senior, why don't you enter the tower? We can escape together." Jianchen took out the Anata tower and asked the old woman. The old woman was not a bad person. She had only been hunted down because of her master. He truly wanted to help the old woman. The old woman shook her head and said with a voice full of bitterness, "After running for so many years, this old woman is tired. I don't want to continue living the life of a fugitive, so I will choose this place as my burial ground. To be able to die where the ancient Skywolf passed away is a form of honor for me." The old woman looked at Jianchen deeply. "Listen to my advice. The tower in your hands is a hot potato. With your strength, you won't be able to keep it. Find an opportunity to return it to the heavenly palace of Bishing. You have to remember that you can't let the tower end up in the hands of the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing. Otherwise, all the merit will be taken away by them. You have to personally return it to the heavenly palace of Bishing. Only then will you benefit the most. You might even be protected by the First Majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing. In the current saint's world, being protected by the First Majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing is more important than anything else because the First Majesty is one of the most powerful existences in the current saint's world aside from the Great Grand Exalts. Boom! At this moment, a deafening rumble rang out from the sky. A terrifying pulse of energy that even made Jianchen shiver wreaked havoc in outer space. The sudden change of events caused the expressions of Jianchen and the others to change. Oh no, they've actually come so quickly. They must have used a secret technique to directly teleport over from the distant outer space. It looks like they've made up their minds to kill me this time. They're not giving me any time to catch my breath at all, said the old woman in a deep voice. Afterwards, she looked at Jianchen and Kea and said urgently, "The two of you leave first. Leave here as quickly as possible. Don't get caught up in this." With that, the old woman charged into the sky. She radiated with the powerful presence of the primordial realm, without holding back at all. She charged into outer space with determination and fearlessness, engaging in a final battle against the divine general who had chased her. The concealment array outside the meteorite had already been shattered. A broken array disk had fallen from the void and shattered into pieces. Xian Ming had cast down the formation disk here. It was of quite a high grade, possessing the power to kill infinite primes. However, under the attacks of the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing, it shattered before it could even unleash its power. Without the obstruction of the formation, the starlight that had been blocked out finally appeared before Jianchen and Kea once again. However, the two of them were in no mood to admire the enchanting starry sky right now. Instead, they stared at outer space sternly. Booms rang out in outer space. They could clearly see the old woman engage in an intense battle with two experts who shone with golden light. Primordial realm laws interweaved as they clashed violently, causing the surroundings to collapse and the sun to dim. The entire space shook as spatial cracks appeared one after another. "Kea, let's go." Jianchen glanced at the terrifying ripples of energy in outer space one last time. He decisively took out a small spaceship from his space ring and left with Kea in another direction. He was unable to interfere with the battle between the old woman and the two divine generals. Even if he had reached the great perfection of sword spirit, he would still be unable to help. Bang! Suddenly, Jianshan's spaceship seemed to collide with an invisible wall as soon as it left the meteor. With a great shudder, it came to a sudden halt. Chapter 2250. Doesn't that mean we won't be able to leave here? Keia's face changed slightly as well. Jianshan stood in the small spaceship as he stared at the three people fighting in the distance with an uneasy expression. With a flip of his hand, he took out a cosmic movement talisman. Jianshan was about to activate the cosmic movement talisman when he hesitated. He only had one universal shift talisman left. Unless it was a life and death crisis, he really couldn't bear to use it. He also understood that the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing would not develop any enmity towards him. After all, his brother Mingdong was the 9th majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing. With that connection, the divine generals would definitely not drag him down. However, what he truly worried about was whether the two powerful divine generals would sense the Anata Tower. If they sensed the existence of the Anata Tower would definitely leave him. At this moment, Keia grabbed Jianshan's hand and stopped him from activating the cosmic movement talisman. He said, "It's not a life-threatening situation right now, so don't use this talisman for now. Perhaps the situation won't develop in a bad way." Hopefully. Jianshan loosened his grip on the cosmic movement talisman. He turned around and stared at the intense battle in outer space sternly. In outer space, the old woman fought against the two divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing by herself. Her battle was extremely intense. Laws clashed time and time again like chains, causing space to collapse and countless stars to dim. Not long after the three of them began to fight, the old woman began to show signs of defeat. Very soon, she vomited blood from the attacks of the two divine generals and was blown away. She just happened to fly towards the small spaceship under Jianshan's control. Jianshan hesitated slightly before flying out of the spaceship decisively when he saw this. He caught the old woman. The old woman was extremely pale. She was covered in blood. She coughed violently and said with a hoarse and weak voice, "Don't interfere with this matter, just in case you get dragged into it." That was what she said on the surface, but a secret message that only Jianshan could hear rang out in his head: "You can't take out the Anata Tower. As long as you hide the Anata Tower properly, the two divine generals definitely won't be able to discover it." Jianshan felt like he had been reassured by the old woman's message. He finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the sword spirits hid themselves deeply. Jianshan was no longer the puny cultivator of the past. As his strength rapidly increased, he possessed an even greater ability to conceal himself. Coupled with the secret cooperation of the sword spirits, he was confident that even chaotic primes would struggle to discover the existence of the sword spirit. Suddenly, Jianshan felt his surroundings become dazzling. He quickly turned his head and saw the two divine generals from the heavenly palace of Bishing. They wore standard golden armor and appeared nearby like they had teleported. The divine armors on their bodies gave off a dazzling golden light that was as dazzling as the sun. The two divine generals became hazy and blurry as they bathed in the golden light. They seemed like gods, dignified and inviolable. Jianshan immediately arrived, and his body suddenly sank. His clothes seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, sticking tightly to his body. The terrifying presences from the two divine generals made Jianshan feel like a mountain was crushing down on him. He felt like he was suffocating. Chaotic primes. Jianshan's heart shivered as he became extremely stern. Keia emerged from the spatial battleship as well. He stood beside Jianshan and also stared at the two divine generals sternly. He was filled with caution. However, the two divine generals did not even glance at Jianshan and Keia. In their eyes, the divine king was no different from an ant. They were unable to pique their interest. The two of them looked at the old woman. One of them said sternly, "Su Ran, you won't be able to escape this time. Su Ran, you've already fled for millions of years. You must be tired. while the two of us have chased you for millions of years as well. We're tired as well. Let's end this once and for all so that we can report back," the other divine general sighed gently. His voice was filled with mixed feelings. Su Ran's master was the Anata Grand Exalt's disciple, while they were loyal guards that the heavenly palace of Bishing had nurtured carefully. Both of them knew many secret techniques, including many secret techniques for fleeing. As a result, their pursuit had lasted for millions of years. Only today could they finally end this once and for all. After fleeing for so many years, I am indeed tired. Being able to die in your hands today is a kind of release for me. Do it. The old woman's expression was calm. She had long since accepted that she would definitely die. She had truly disregarded life and death. However, the two of them have nothing to do with me. They've only come here by accident, so I hope you don't make things difficult for them. The old woman glanced at Jianchen and Kea as a sliver of guilt appeared in her eyes. Jianchen saw the guilt in the old woman's eyes. Naturally, he knew that it came from the origin of ways. "Our mission is only you," said one of the divine generals. He did not take Jianchen and Kea seriously at all. The old woman smiled miserably. Success and failure are due to the same person. Although Master created me, I also died because of Master. However, before I die, I still have to tell you that not only do I know nothing about the mistake my master made back then, but I also have nothing to do with it. At the same time, on a continent that was extremely far away from this place, a hazy figure that was enveloped in dense light sat cross-legged on a throne within a golden palace with a majestic aura. The laws around the figure were dense like a waterfall, and it seemed as if they had completely fused into one with the hazy figure, causing them to be unable to be distinguished from each other. This was truly a fusion with the ways, a fusion with the world. He represented the supreme state of the universe. At this moment, the hazy figure opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? They were cold, emotionless, and emotionless. They were extremely cold, and they seemed to be able to see through the past and the future with a single glance. Hall Spirit. At this moment the person spoke. His voice was cold and had fused with all the music in the world, making it impossible to distinguish him. Master. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared silently. He stood below and bowed towards the figure on the throne politely. From now on, stop the pursuit of Su Ran, the figure sitting cross-legged on the throne said coldly. Yes, Master. The figure on the throne seemed to possess boundless might. Every word and action of his represented the will of the world, like an imperial edict. The ruddy old man did not dare to ask for the reason at all. He immediately accepted the order politely. In the next moment, a strange pulse of will radiated from the majestic golden divine hall. It passed through space and time, arriving extremely far away in an instant. It entered the minds of the two divine generals who were pursuing the old woman. Su Ran, from the First Majesty's attitude, we already know that you've been dragged into this by the Seventh Majesty. We don't want to kill you either, but the Hall Spirit has given orders. Unless the Majesties speak up to protect you, we can't disobey. A divine general said, but his voice came to an abrupt halt. He immediately looked at another divine general, and both of them were surprised. Hall Spirit. Ha 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 ha, it's actually the Hall Spirit. The person who wants to kill me is actually the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bishing. The old woman laughed miserably. Originally, she thought that the person who ordered her to be hunted down was one of the Majesties, but she had never thought that it would actually be the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bishing. The two divine generals looked at Su Ran with mixed feelings. After quite a while of silence, one of them said, Su Ran, congratulations. From today onwards, you are truly free. As they said that, the two divine generals slowly erased their presences. They no longer possessed any killing intent at all. Congratulations? Ha ha, are the two of you going to mock me before you kill me? That makes sense. I've made the two of you hunt me down for several million years, wasting a lot of your cultivation time. Moreover, I've injured the two of you during that time, so it makes sense for you to resent me. If that's the case, you can mock me as much as you want, and then let me die a quick death so that I can truly be free." The old woman smiled miserably. Chapter 22:51. The old woman was stunned when she heard that. Her laughter came to a halt as she stared at the two divine generals blankly. Disbelief filled her face. What did you say?" The old woman only asked blankly after quite a while. "The hall spirit has stopped hunting you down. Su Ran, from today onwards, you are no longer a target of our pursuit, so congratulations. You have truly regained your freedom," one of the divine generals said again. The old woman was completely stunned, as if she was unable to react to the news. Only quite a while later did she smile in a daze. She murmured, "I'm free. I'm free. I've actually regained my freedom." The old woman's laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, she actually seemed to have lost her mind. During the years she was hunted down, she had hoped more than once that the majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing would be able to see through everything and return her innocence so that she would not be implicated by the mistakes her master had made in the past. This was because she had truly been wronged. She had no idea about the great crimes her master had committed in the past. Unfortunately, even after waiting for so many years as she fled, the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing did not stop hunting her down. She finally understood a cruel reality, which was that the majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing really did not care about her at all. In simpler terms, she had nothing to do with the matter. Whether she was alive or dead, she probably would not raise the attention of the majesties. In particular, the first majesty had reached the peak of cultivation. It would not be difficult for her to find out whether she was innocent or not. In reality, Su Ran already understood from the fact that the First Majesty had never personally dealt with her that the First Majesty knew she had been wronged, but she still did not speak up for her. Su Ran had already understood something from the actions of the Majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing, which was that the Majesties were not targeting her. However, at the same time, they would not speak up for her. They did not take her seriously. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to survive until now. After all, she was only a chaotic prime at her peak condition. Chaotic primes were experts who reigned supreme across the 49 great planes and 81 great planets of the Saints' world. They possessed great statuses, but they were nothing before the heavenly palace of Bishing. As a result, after fleeing for his life for so many years, Su Ran gradually lost all hope of surviving. He began to consider death, only seeking release. However, she had never thought that when she truly gave up on life, and was about to die, the heavenly palace of Bishing would suddenly give up on killing her. The two divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing did not stay for long. After announcing the order to pardon Su Ran, the two of them directly flew towards where the ancient Skywolf had passed away. They were chaotic primes, so they had discovered the existence of the dwelling as soon as they arrived. However, they had been busy fighting Su Ran earlier, so they did not have the time to consider the dwelling. The stone door to the dwelling remained wide open. When Jianshan emerged from there, he did consider closing the stone door again. Instead, he was unable to find a way to close it. As a result, he could only leave the stone door wide open, allowing the two divine generals to enter the dwelling without any obstructions. However, they did not stay for long. After a short while, they left and returned to the heavenly palace of Bishing to recover their sight. "Congratulations, Senior. You've been reborn." After the two divine generals left, Jianshan clasped his fist at the old woman and congratulated her sincerely. At this moment, the old woman gradually calmed down as well. She looked at the vast expanse of space above her and let out a long sigh. Her gaze was extremely mixed. After a while of thought, she said slowly, "The concealment formation has been destroyed, so the heavenly secrets of this place have been exposed. Before long, those peak experts skilled in divination will sense it. Very soon, this place will become a place of trouble. We can't stay here for long. The old woman glanced back at the small spaceship hovering in the air and said to Jianchen and Kea, "With your strength, traveling through space is extremely dangerous. Once you come across primordial realm space beasts, it'll be very difficult for you to fight back. Let's go. I'll leave with you." With that, the old woman directly made her way towards the spaceship parked nearby. Jianchen and Kea looked at each other before making their way towards the spaceship as well. Soon after, the small spaceship turned into a streak of light and left the place. "Where do you plan on going next?" The old woman sat down in the spaceship and healed with her eyes closed. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, "Senior, to be honest, the two of us have lost our way in outer space. Right now, we just want to find a continent with a teleportation formation so that we can make further plans." The old woman nodded slightly. After quite a while of thought, she said, "The closest place to here is planet Tianming, one of the 81 great planets of the Saints' world. I have the coordinates of planet Tianming, so let's go there for now." Planet Tianming. Jianchen was surprised. Afterwards, he adjusted his direction with the coordinates he obtained from the old woman and directly made his way to planet Tianming. "My wounds are rather heavy. Xianming, the divine king of light, can help me recover even faster. Now that the concealment formation is gone, it's impossible for Xianming to come out. It's best if you send me into the tower," said the old woman. "Yes, senior." Jianchen agreed straightforwardly and immediately took out the Anata Tower. "My name is Su Ran. You must have learnt about it from the two divine generals already. I don't put on such airs, and I still owe you a great favor because of the origin of ways, so there's no need for you to be so polite to me. You can just call me by my name. Remember, if you come across any danger outside, you have to contact me as soon as possible." Su Ran said one last thing before vanishing into the Anata Tower. Afterwards, Jianchen controlled the small spaceship and shot through the vast cosmos in a straight line. He had already broken through with the laws of the sword, and his chaotic body could reach the 13th layer. However, he could come across various dangers at any time in outer space, so Jianchen needed to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times. As a result, he struggled to cultivate in peace. He could only postpone his breakthrough to the 13th layer of the chaotic body. After flying through outer space for 5 years in Jianchen's spaceship, Su Ran finally made a full recovery under the assistance of Xianming's Radiant Saint Force. After emerging from the Anata Tower, she no longer used the spaceship that was of a low grade and extremely limited speed. Instead, she used her cultivation as a primordial realm expert to move through outer space with Jianchen and Kea. Who knows how many times faster than the small spaceship. Just like that, they finally arrived at their destination after another year of traveling, planet Tianming. Jianchen stared at the colossal planet as he stood outside it. He was deeply shocked. Just the diameter of the planet was billions of kilometers. If it was spread out, it would be no smaller than the cloud plane. There are a total of 81 great planets in the Saints' world. Planet Tianming ranks towards the bottom of the 81 great planet. However, no matter how low it ranks, there are still many peak organizations and clans above it. Even when I was at my peak condition, I couldn't fend them off. As a result, the two of you can't act recklessly on planet Tianming, Su Ran said to Jianchen and Kea sternly. Chapter 2252. An undetectable coldness immediately flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he heard about the heavenly demon religion again. He could still clearly remember how he and Kea had been hunted down by Huayan, one of the vice leaders of the heavenly demon religion. They had fled from the divine kingdom of Pingtian to the Blood Sun Empire in horrible shape. Back then, he was only equivalent to an overgod. He was basically powerless against Huayan, who had reached the primordial realm. If it were not for the divine king keeping Huayan busy for a while, he probably would not have been able to flee to the Blood Sun Empire. However, even with that being the case, the vice-leader of the heavenly demon religion, Huayan, still pursued him to the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire. If it were not for the primordial realm experts of the Blood Sun Empire who stopped Huayan, he and Kea probably would not have been able to board the spatial battleship and leave the cloud plane alive. It was possible to say that he had not wanted to leave his home. Instead, he had been forced by Huayan, the vice-leader of the heavenly demon religion. He did not even have the chance to bid farewell to the Tianyuan family. As a result, he naturally felt extremely great hatred towards Huayan. I wonder if I'll have the power to kill Huayan once I break through to the 13th layer of the chaotic body, Jian Chen thought. He could not help but clench his fists. He was rather eager to increase his strength. Senior Su Ran, I want to stay on planet Tianming for a while. I need to enter seclusion immediately to increase my strength. I don't plan on leaving before I break through. Jianshan quickly made up his mind and said to Su Ran. After a moment of thought, Su Ran nodded. That works too. I just happen to need some time to cultivate as well. Although I've already recovered from my wounds, I still need quite some time to recover my lost cultivation and return to my peak condition. Afterwards, the three of them entered planet Tianming together. They planned on finding a city as a place to settle down, but when they passed by a divine kingdom, they saw the smoke of battle in the distance. Many Origin Realm and Godhood cultivators were engaged in a battle of life and death, causing rivers of blood to flow. High in the sky, powerful energy transformed into storms that wreaked havoc in the world. Several dozen divine king were engaged in a fierce battle. It's the heavenly demon religion. Looking at the demonic aura that filled half the sky in the distance, Jian Chen, who had gone through the same battle, could tell with a single glance that one of the parties was the Empyrean demon cult. Jian Chen fell silent as he watched the soldiers fall one after another on the battlefield. He felt sorrow for the deaths of these people. He had understood long ago that the heavenly demon religion had not been waging wars in various places to expand their influence. Instead, they were gathering the essence, blood, and soul force of the fallen cultivators through repeated battles and condensing them into blood and soul force through powerful formations. Jianshan sighed inside and did not stay for long. He left the place. Before long, Jianshan's group stopped outside the imperial city of an ancient empire called Thousand Leaf. Not only is this city protected by powerful formations, but the origin energy here is also several times denser than the outside world. Let's settle down here, Su Ran said to Jianshan and Kea as she stood outside the majestic imperial city. But very soon, her expression became extremely strange. She stared at Jianshan deeply and said, "It's best if you disguise yourself." Disguise myself? Jianshan was surprised when he heard that. He stared at the city up ahead in thought and immediately began to disguise himself. Before long, he and Kea had completely changed their appearances. They concealed their presences and entered the city with Su Ran. As soon as he set foot in the city, Jianshan saw wanted posters everywhere. They also indicated his various characteristics, including what techniques he was skilled in, what laws he used, and so on. It's actually the solitary sword lineage that's wanted me. Jianshan's eyes narrowed when he saw the words solitary sword lineage at the bottom of the wanted posters. As long as we can find Jianshan, we can obtain tremendous wealth from the solitary sword ancestor as well as a favor from the solitary sword ancestor. If we can directly capture Jianshan and hand him over to the solitary sword ancestor, we can even get the solitary sword ancestor to personally take action 3 times. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought that this young man called Jianshan would be so valuable. Through him, we can directly get a grand prime to take action 3 times. Moreover, this person is the solitary sword ancestor. The solitary sword ancestor is a renowned figure in the saints' world. Even among grand primes, he's an expert. Su Ran glanced at Jianshan mysteriously and sighed emotionally. Isn't that so? The solitary sword ancestor is a renowned peak expert in the Saints' world. A single favor from him is enough to make many peak organizations like the Everlasting Empires very interested, let alone the fact that the solitary sword ancestor has taken action 3 times. Ever since the solitary sword ancestor issued the wanted posters for Jianshan several years ago, not only have many organizations searched everywhere for this person called Jianshan, but even many organizations from the other 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets have devoted quite a lot of effort to searching for Jianshan. They all want to get the solitary sword ancestor to take action 3 times. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, people began to whisper among themselves nearby. It's said that the solitary sword ancestor is a 5th heavenly layer Grand Prime. With his cultivation and strength, he would be the undisputed greatest expert on our planet, Jian Chen said. Let alone the heavenly underworld planet, the solitary sword ancestor is an invincible existence even on the lower ranking places of the 49 Great Plains. The discussions in the surroundings constantly rang out. Everyone discussed the solitary sword ancestor in great interest. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first, Su Ran called out to Jianshan and did not stay for long. She turned around and left. After they had left, a curvaceous but extremely ugly woman stood before Jianshan's wanted posters. She stared at Jianshan's face closely as if she wanted to commit Jianshan's appearance to memory. In front of me is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jianshan, although I have no grievances with you, I will definitely find you. As long as I find you, the solitary sword ancestor will owe me a favor, and I can use this favor to ask the solitary sword ancestor to take action and save Sister Qing Yishuan from the Gus family. The ugly woman clenched her fists tightly as determination filled her eyes. She swore inside, Sister Qing Yishuan, you have to wait for me. I will definitely find a way to save you. Jianshan, Kea, and Su Ran had already found an inn to stay in temporarily. After paying 3 years' worth of rent in one go, Jianshan directly returned to his room. He activated the formation and entered seclusion. Chapter 2253. Jianshan had accumulated a large number of cultivation resources from his trip to Poseidon Palace. Even though he had given many of them to his sister, he still had a lot left on him. For the sake of convenience, Jianshan categorized all the resources on him before placing them into a space ring. Once he was done, the first thing he did was take out the 2 God-tier heavenly resources from his space ring that he could not identify and gobble them down. The 2 heavenly resources were of extremely high quality. Jianshan had obtained them from the space ring of a Grand Prime in Poseidon Palace. There were a total of 5 of them. He gave 3 of them to Shui Yunlan so that she could give them to Changyang Mingyue. As soon as the heavenly resources entered his stomach, they turned into tremendous energy that spread through Jianshan's body. It was tough and brutal, forcefully causing Jianshan's body to swell up slightly. If it were any other divine king, they probably would have directly exploded from what Jianshan was experiencing right now. The energy from the 2 heavenly resources was just too tremendous. However, Jianshan's chaotic body was about to reach major achievement, so his body was extremely tough. As a result, the tremendous energy that filled his body posed no threat to him at all. Jian Chen's dantian seemed to have become a whirlpool, constantly devouring the tremendous energy that filled his body. He circulated his cultivation method, and after a series of compression and purification, the energy was turned into strands of pure chaotic force, which were absorbed into the chaotic Niden in his dantian. It had to be mentioned that as Jianshan's chaotic force rapidly increased, breaking through layer after layer, his ability to refine and absorb energy had reached a whole new level as well. Before long, Jianshan had completely refined the 2 extremely high-quality heavenly resources. The terrifying energy within these 2 heavenly resources is only a 5th of what I need to break through to the 13th layer. It looks like the amount of energy I need to break through to the 13th layer will far exceed my expectations, Jian Chun thought to himself. After refining the 2 heavenly resources, Jian Chun slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he took out several dozen heavenly resources from the divine medicinal garden as well as a mountainous pile of high and supreme grade divine crystals before continuing to cultivate. The saints' world had 49 great plains, and the Lone Heaven Plain was one of them. The Lonesome Heaven continent was also divided into 5 regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. Within these 5 regions there were also many divine kingdoms, as well as various great empires and other top factions. Even the Eternal Empires had as many as 3 in the Lonesome Heaven continent. However, the most frightening thing on the Lone Heaven Plain was not the 3 everlasting empires or the peak clans that stood at the apex of the plain. Instead, it was the renowned and authoritative 5 heavenly kings. The 5 heavenly kings each resided in a region. Their existences were the heavens of the Lone Heaven Plain. They were the kings of the 5 regions, existences that ruled over them. Even the 3 everlasting empires and the various peak organizations on the Lone Heaven Plain had to lower themselves before the 5 heavenly kings. They dared not show any disrespect at all. The Azure Pung king of the Azure Pung lineage was one of the 5 heavenly kings. He presided over the central region, using an azure mountain that hovered above the clouds as his territory. He called it the Azure Brilliance Mountain. In the saints' world, he was the famed Azure Pung king, but on the Lone Heaven Plain, he was the great heavenly king of Azure Brilliance. At this moment, an old man with disheveled hair knelt on the Azure Brilliance Mountain that hovered above the clouds in the central region of the Lone Heaven Plain. He pressed his head against the ground. "Master, this subordinate has come to beg for forgiveness," the old man said politely. "Song-Ying, this king specially sent you to protect Emo-Ching, but Emo-Ching died in the end, while you're still alive. What's the point of keeping someone like you who can't accomplish anything?" The Azure Pung king's dignified and cold voice rang out from the Azure Brilliance Mountain. There was also cold killing intent within it. "This subordinate deserves death for failing to protect the young master. However, before I die, this subordinate has something important to report to master. There's actually something else about the young master's death," Song-Ying said politely. "Speak afterwards." Song-Ying reported everything that had happened in the Poseidon Palace to the Azure Pung king without hiding anything. He did not dare to lie before the Azure Pung king because the Azure Pung king could instantly determine whether he was telling the truth or not. In other words, Emo-Cheng's death is related to that person called Jianchen? The Azure Pung king's cold voice rang out. "Master, although the young master died to Jianchen's hands, this matter was still caused by Jianchen," said Song-Ying. "Back in the Neptunian Divine Palace, when the battle between the several hundred supreme god kings erupted, he fought against Ming Dong together with Emo-Ching. His body was cleaved in half by Ming Dong's strike, and he was heavily injured, losing his battle prowess. However, he did not die in the battle. Instead, he was saved by a supreme divine king who was on good terms with the Azure Pung lineage in the chaotic battlefield. He was taken into a spatial artifact, and only recently did he recover slightly. He hurried back to the Lone Heaven Plain. Jianchen." The Azure Pung king's cold voice rang out from the Azure Brilliance Mountain. The azure-robed Azure Pung king appeared silently at the top of the mountain. He stared at the sky coldly as heavy killing intent revolved around him. However, there was a smear of sickly paleness on his face. In the next moment the Azure Pung king vanished. He had already used his extreme speed, charging out of the Lone Heaven Plain with unbelievable speed. He traveled millions of kilometers in a single instance, disappearing into the depths of outer space in the blink of an eye. A meteor hovered silently in the vast outer space, without moving at all. The solitary sword ancestor sat cross-legged on the meteor with his eyes closed. Killing intent coiled around him, and did not disperse. He had already remained in outer space for several years, waiting for news from Jianchen. No matter where Jianchen had fled to, he would be able to rush over as quickly as he could, as soon as his traces were exposed. At this moment, there was a flash of azure light. The Azure Pring King moved over from the depths of outer space with unparalleled speed, hovering outside the meteor where the solitary sword ancestor resided. My disciple's death is related to Jianchen. I can't do anything to the people of the heavenly palace of Bishing right now, but Jianchen is someone I have to kill. Solitary sword ancestor, your way of divination is even greater than mine. Can't you divine Jianchen's whereabouts and end up waiting here bitterly? The Azure Pring King directly said to the solitary sword ancestor as soon as he arrived without excessive small talk. The solitary sword ancestor slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pale-faced Azure Pring King calmly, clearly still injured. He said, "In the past few years, Old Man has divined the heavenly secrets more than once in an attempt to find Jianchen's whereabouts. But in the end, he found nothing. He couldn't find him at all. He's a mere divine king, yet even Old Man can't divine anything about him. That can only mean three things. Firstly, there's an expert who's far more powerful than Old Man secretly protecting him, disrupting the heavenly secrets for him. Secondly, he's hidden in a special place that can obscure the heavenly secrets. That way, he can escape Old Man's search. Thirdly, this person's fate is extremely extraordinary. He's not restricted by the world, nor is he bound by the heavenly ways. The first possibility is unlikely, while the third possibility is complete nonsense. It's extremely likely that he's hiding in a special place that can obscure the heavenly secrets. I'd like to see just how long he can hide for." The Azure Pring King's face sank. He immediately took out a jade talisman and sent a message back to the Azure Brilliance Mountain on the Lone Heaven Plain. Immediately place a bounty on Jianchen across the entire Saints world. Investigate Jianchen's origins as quickly as possible. With the Azure Pring King's order, the entire Azure Brilliance Mountain immediately began to move. They passed on the Azure Pring King's order to the three everlasting empires and the various peak clans as quickly as possible. As soon as they learnt that the order came from the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance, one of the 5 Heavenly Kings of the Lone Heaven Plain, none of the peak organizations dared to tarry. They all spread the bounty as quickly as possible, covering the entire Lone Heaven Plain very soon. Afterwards, it spread out in all directions, reaching the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planet. On the 20th of June, which is the 20th of this month, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet of 500 yuan for all of you. Xiaoyao will send this red packet to all of you as a password on the night of the 20th. Xiaoyao will tell all of you the password on his WeChat account. It's not a lot, but it's a small token of appreciation from Xiaoyao to repay all of you for your support over the years. At the same time, it's also a form of entertainment, so please don't complain. To those who haven't followed Xiaoyao's WeChat account, please do. Search for Xiaoyao's account, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Xinxing is Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a phone number for the police. Or you can directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao. Chapter 2254. A mere divine king was wanted by 2 famed grand primes. Not only did the bounty spread to the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets in the shortest amount of time possible, but they were also wanted by 2 renowned grand primes. At the same time, Jianchen naturally became a figure that many organizations of various sizes knew about. Even though everyone knew that searching for someone who wanted to hide in the vast Saints world was thousands of times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, the boundless Grand Primes were still a promise. However, the promise of 2 Grand Primes was extremely tempting to many organizations in the Saints world. This was because once they obtained the support of either one of the 2 experts, it would be enough for their organizations to rise in status. As a result, even though they knew it was like finding a needle in a haystack, many organizations still searched for Jianshan bitterly. Some organizations had even begun to investigate Jianshan's origins. However, this was not the only group searching for Jianshan in the Saints' world. There were many peak organizations among them as well. As a matter of fact, there were a few peak organizations that were renowned even in the vast Saints' world. These people were not searching for Jianshan for the bounty from the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King. Instead, they just wanted to kill Jianshan. After all, Jianshan had killed a few divine kings in Poseidon Palace. Moreover, there were even more divine kings. Although they did not die to his hands, they were still related to him. As a result, more than half of the divine king seats had been emptied out. Quite a few of these divine kings were the future of some peak clans. They had been nurtured through countless resources. As a result, there were naturally many people who hated Jianshan to the core in the Saints' world. Jianshan, who was still in seclusion, had no idea that he had already become an influential figure in the Saints' world. He was currently charging towards the 13th layer of the chaotic body. Very soon, he had used up all the heavenly resources that could increase his cultivation, leaving behind some healing items. He had refined all the high-grade and supreme-grade divine crystals, turning them into strands of chaotic force within him. Now, he only had 1,505 colored divine crystals and several tens of millions of fire divine crystals left in the blue Poseidon Palace. His breakthrough was imminent, so Jianshan found it difficult to suppress his desire for greater strength. As a result, he no longer cared about wasting resources right now. He took out a large number of fire divine crystals without any hesitation and continued to cultivate. His chaotic body could refine all energy in the world. As a result, even though the fire divine crystals were filled with pure fire elemental energy, Jianshan did not sense them at all like supreme-grade divine crystals. The only difference was that the energy in the fire divine crystals was 2 or 3 times purer than supreme-grade divine crystals. Time passed silently. After who knew how long, Jianshan had absorbed over 10 million fire divine crystals. His body shuddered, and the chaotic Niden in his dantian finally shattered. Jianshan was already familiar with the process that followed. In just a few days, his chaotic force and chaotic body had completely transformed. The fist-sized chaotic Niden had shrunk to the size of a bean once again, but the chaotic force within it was many times more powerful than before. He had formally reached the 13th layer of the chaotic body. He had reached major achievement of the chaotic body. Even in the Immortals world, there were only a handful of people who had reached major achievement of the chaotic body. I never thought that breaking through to the 13th layer of the chaotic body would require such a terrifying amount of resources. Jianshan opened his eyes. There was no joy from breaking through on his face. Instead, he frowned. The amount of resources he had used to break through this time had far exceeded his expectations. Every time he broke through to the next layer of the chaotic body, he would require several times or even over a dozen times more resources than before. He could not help but worry about the resources he would need in the future. "Sigh, I'll just have to take it one step at a time," Jianshan sighed gently. He dismissed his thoughts and left the room. The formations in Kea and Su Ran's rooms were tightly shut, so Jianshan did not disturb them. Instead, he left the inn by himself and went outside to investigate. Jianshan could hear people discussing him as he made his way through the wide, bustling street. Portraits of him were plastered all over the streets, attracting many people's attention. "The Azure Pring King is actually looking for me as well." Jianshan frowned. He had already learnt that Emo Cheng was dead from everyone's conversations, but Emo Cheng's death had nothing to do with him. He had only come into conflict with Songing at most, so he really did not understand why the Azure Pring King wanted him. Whether it's the Azure Pring King or the solitary sword ancestor, they're both renowned experts in the Saints' world. They possess terrifying and heaven-defying technique. The Saints' world is vast, but it shouldn't be difficult for them to find a measly divine king. They just need to peer into his location slightly. It was only natural that they couldn't peer into my whereabouts when I was in the concealing formation before. However, I've already left the concealing formation, and just traveling through outer space took me several years. Coupled with the time I spent in seclusion this time, they should have found my location long ago if they really wanted to find me. However, they just haven't come. Instead, they're looking for me across the entire Saints world, mobilizing the power of many cultivators to find me. They're going through so much trouble and mobilizing so many people. There's only one explanation, and that's that even with the Azure Pring King and the Solitary Sword Ancestor's abilities, they can't peer into my location, Jianchen thought. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a slender woman stood before the counter in a store that specialized in heavenly resources near Jianchen. Logically speaking, a woman with such a figure would definitely have an extraordinary appearance. However, this woman with a devilish figure had an extremely ugly appearance. Her face was covered with sinister scars. "Shopkeeper, please take a look at this heavenly resource for me and see how many divine crystals it can be exchanged for." The woman took out an extremely crudely crafted wooden box from her spatial ring and opened it hesitantly. Immediately, a heart-wrenching fragrance wafted out. Just a single whiff was enough to reinvigorate people. Inside the roughly crafted wooden box, there was a purple peach lying quietly. This heavenly resource can increase a person's cultivation by 500 years, and the effects are gentle. There are no side effects at all. Even mortals won't suffer any harm from consuming it. It's extremely rare. "Shopkeeper, how much do you think it's worth?" the woman asked rather uneasily. Even though she knew that the peach was extraordinary, its grade was just too low. The moment the woman opened the wooden box, Jianchen, who was only a few kilometers away from the store on the same street, immediately shuddered. He stared ahead with shining eyes and shock filled his face. This is the presence of Xian Huangqi. In the next moment, Jianchen had already vanished. He moved like a bolt of lightning, crossing several kilometers as quickly as he could and silently arrived before the woman. What a peculiar aura! The shopkeeper of this shop was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. He sized up the peach without blinking and revealed a look of surprise. He secretly evaluated it in his heart. Slap! It was also at this moment that Jianchen struck out with lightning speed. He tightly covered the crude wooden box in the woman's hands, preventing the presence from leaking out any further. The wooden box ended up in Jianchen's hands as well. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal from me?" The woman stared at Jianchen, who had suddenly appeared beside her, in both shock and fear. She actually failed to react when Jianchen took the wooden box from her hands. This meant that this ordinary-looking stranger in front of her had a cultivation level that was far above hers. "Sir, the item in your hands was brought to us by this lady to sell. You've taken it without her permission. You've broken the rules of the Thousand-Leaf Empire in the imperial capital," the shopkeeper growled as he glared at Jianchen. "On the 20th of June, which is the 20th of this month, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet of 500 yuan for everyone. Xiaoyao will send this red packet to everyone on the night of the 20th as a red packet password. Xiaoyao will tell everyone the red packet password on WeChat's official account. It's not a lot, but it's a small token of appreciation from Xiaoyao in return for all the years of support. At the same time, it's also a form of entertainment, so I hope you won't complain. To those who have not followed Xiaoyao's official account, please do. Search for Xiaoyao's account, Xingxingxiao 110. Xinqing Xiaoyao's pen name, as well as a police number, or just search for Xinqing Xiaoyao. Chapter 2255. Jianchen did not seem to hear what the two of them were saying. He gripped the rough wooden box with the violet peach tightly as his face became extremely stern. Even his hand, which was holding the wooden box, was trembling slightly at this moment. He could confirm with a single glance that the violet peach in the wooden box was the violet cloud peach he had left for his family in the lower world when he left the Tian-Yuan continent for the Saints' world. The violet peach in the wooden box was clearly a first-grade violet cloud peach. Even the crude wooden box that stored the violet cloud peaches had been personally crafted by him in the past. "Senior, please return it to me," the woman said again. She was filled with nervousness. The violet cloud peach was in Jianshan's hands, but she did not dare to take it from him. Jianshan finally returned to his senses. He suppressed his excitement and uneasiness as he glared at the woman. He growled, "Where did you get this? Why should I tell you? And this is mine. Please return it to me." The woman immediately became uneasy under Jianshan's glare. "Sir, this is the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire, and our Chui Xing spiritual herbs store belongs to the Chui family, one of the 3 great organizations of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. Don't tell me you want to use force in the Chui family's Chui Xing spiritual medicine store?" The shopkeeper's voice gradually turned cold as he studied Jianshan with narrowed eyes. Even though he could not tell Jianshan's cultivation and knew that Jianshan was a powerful expert, he remained fearless. The Chui family was one of the 3 great clans of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. They were an existence that could stand on equal footing with the imperial family. With the Chui family behind them, there really was no one who dared to mess around in the Chui Xing spiritual medicine store. Soon after, the shopkeeper looked at the ugly woman and a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said in a righteous tone, "Miss, go and take out what belongs to you. The rules of the imperial capital are clear. In the imperial capital, there is only fair trade. There is no bullying or stealing. Otherwise, you'll be challenging the dignity of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. You're looking down on the Thousand-Leaf Empire." The shopkeeper clearly said the last part for Jianshan to hear. Jianshan ignored the shopkeeper's words. His gaze towards the ugly woman became sharper and sharper as a powerful pressure radiated from him. He said coldly, "Did you steal this? Tell me, where did you steal it from?" The ugly woman was only a god. Under Jianshan's pressure, she immediately paled. Her eyes were filled with fear. She said with a trembling voice, "No, a younger sister of mine gave it to me. My younger sister didn't steal it. She said she brought it up from a lower world." Jianshan's face immediately eased up when he heard that. Afterwards, his gaze towards the ugly woman became slightly friendlier. He glanced at the shopkeeper who was glaring at him angrily and frowned slightly. He said to the woman, "If what you said is true, I probably have quite a deep relationship with the younger sister you speak of. It's inconvenient to talk here. Come with me. Let's go somewhere else." Jianshan returned the wooden box with the violet cloud peach to the ugly woman before turning around and making his way out. The Thousand-Leaf Empire was only an ancient empire. He was not afraid that someone would steal the violet cloud peach from the ugly woman right under his nose in a place like this. Since it's her younger sister? There are only a few women who can reach the origin realm on the Tian-Yuan continent. I wonder who has come to the Saints' world? Jianshan thought. He was rather eager to learn the identity of his old friend from the ugly woman. "Hold on, miss. Here are 100 high-grade divine crystals. Take care of them. The heavenly resource in your hand belongs to our Chui Xing spiritual herb store from now on." The shopkeeper suddenly appeared beside the ugly woman and directly shoved a small pouch with 100 high-grade divine crystals into her hands. He then quickly extended his hand towards the wooden box. He had come into contact with various medicines for many years, so he had developed a pair of discerning eyes long ago. Even though he did not recognize the violet cloud peach, the wondrous presence that radiated from it allowed him to immediately determine that the heavenly resource was not as ordinary as it seemed on the surface. However, as soon as the shopkeeper extended his hand, another hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Jianshan, who had already left the store, had suddenly appeared again and stopped the shopkeeper. You want to buy a heavenly resource like this for a mere 100 high-grade divine crystals? You sure have your wishful thinking. I'm not selling this heavenly resource, Jianchen sneered. Jianchen sneered. The fact that the violet cloud peaches contained Xian Wang Qi was no small matter. He could not reveal this in the saint's world. The shopkeeper was furious. Just when he was about to complain, he could only swallow his words under Jianchen's sharp gaze. He dared not say anything. This was because the gaze made him shiver. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Let's go. Jianchen did not stay for long. He called out to the woman and left the store. The ugly woman hesitated slightly before leaving with Jianchen in the end. Very soon, Jianchen brought the ugly woman to a remote place in the city. He looked at the woman deeply and asked, "What's the name of the person who gave you this?" The ugly woman looked at Jianchen and hesitated. She was uncertain about his relationship with her sister. If they were enemies, she would end up harming her sister. However, when she thought about her sister's current situation, she immediately made up her mind. She said, "My sister is called Qing Yishuan. Do you really know her?" Qing Yishuan. It's actually her. Jianchen was very surprised. He had never thought that the first familiar person he would come across in the saint's world would actually be Qing Yishuan. I never thought that Qing Yishuan would actually come to the saint's world as well. But it makes sense now that I think about it. Qing Yishuan's talent is quite good. She was able to reach the level of Holy Emperor even in the horrible environment of the Tian Yuan continent. Now that the origin energy of the Tian Yuan continent has gradually recovered and it's connected to the world of Forsaken Saints, the cultivation environment has improved drastically. With Qing Yishuan's talent, reaching the origin realm won't be difficult at all. Jianchen smiled faintly. He was filled with joy. To be able to reunite with an old friend in a foreign land was truly a joyous matter. The ugly woman finally confirmed that not only did the person before her know her sister from Jianchen's expression, but he was also not an enemy. She let out a sigh of relief. "Where is Qing Yishuan right now?" Jianchen asked. "My sister's situation is not good. She's been taken away by the people of the Gus clan. She's in danger at any time. See, can you save my sister?" The ugly woman stared at Jianchen closely as hope filled her face. But soon afterwards, she sighed in disappointment. She became gloomy. The Gus clan was one of the 3 peak organizations of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. They possessed a primordial realm expert and stood on equal footing with the imperial family. They were extremely powerful. Qing Yishuan was a woman who had only come up from a lower world recently. Even if she had some friends in the saint's world, how powerful could her friends be with her cultivation? What did you say? Qing Yishuan's been taken away? Jianchen's smile vanished, and his face immediately sank. On the 20th of June, which is the 20th of this month, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet of 500 yuan for our brothers. Xiaoyao will send this red packet to everyone on the night of the 20th as a red packet password. Xiaoyao will tell everyone the red packet password on his official WeChat account. Although it's not a lot, it's a small token of appreciation from Xiaoyao. He wants to repay our brothers for their support over the years. At the same time, it's a form of entertainment, so I hope you won't complain. To the brothers who have not followed Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, please do. Search for Xiaoyao's account, Xingxingxiao 110. Xinxing is Xiaoyao's pen name, as well as a police number, or you can directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao. Chapter 2256. Just who did Qing Yishuan offend? Why was she taken away by the people of the Gus clan? And how did you get to know Qing Yishuan? Jianchen asked sternly. My sister is only at the origin realm. After coming to the saint's world, where did she dare to offend anyone? Even when she came across deities, she avoided them. She was taken away by the people of the Gus clan because they had taken a liking to her beauty and bearing. As for how I got to know Sister Qin Yishuan, it all started several decades ago. Back then, I was heavily injured and on the brink of death. It was Sister Qin Yishuan who used heavenly resources to save me, so she became my savior. After spending some time together, I discovered that Sister Qin Yishuan and I hit it off very well, so we began to refer to each other as sisters, the ugly woman said before sighing softly. Soon after, she sighed gently. Sorrow and self-blame filled her face. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought my sister here. I should have known that the first young master of the Gus clan was a lecher. Who knows how many women have been harmed by him. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. The ugly woman was filled with regret. How long has Qin Yishuan been taken away? Jianchen asked with a pale face. Qin Yishuan was someone from his hometown, and they had met in the past. He could not allow anything to happen to her in the saints' world. My sister was taken away by the people of the Gus clan 5 years ago. What? It's already been 5 years? Jianchen's face changed. 5 years was just the blink of an eye for someone in seclusion, but it was enough for many things to happen with Qin Yishuan's current situation. The ugly woman seemed to know what Jianchen was worried about. She explained, the people who took Qin Yishuan away were the personal guards of the first young master of the Gus clan. These personal guards served the young master of the Gus family. They would often capture some women with extraordinary auras, weak powers, and no strong background, and offer them to their master for him to enjoy. However, there were rumors recently that the first young master of the Gus clan had already been in seclusion for over a decade. He was about to break through to Overgod. Therefore, for now, little sister Qin Yishuan is still very safe. Jianchen finally let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. It was fine as long as Qin Yishuan was fine. As long as she was fine, he would do everything he could to save her. Sigh, if only we could find Jianchen. It's a pity that the saints' world is so vast. Who knows where Jianchen is hiding? Finding him is almost impossible, the ugly woman sighed gently. Clearly, she was unable to find a solution to Qin Yishuan's predicament. After all, she was only a mid-heavenly god. Why are you looking for Jianchen? Jianchen stared at the woman with a strange expression. He had already changed his appearance long ago, hiding his original appearance. He was not afraid of being recognized at all, unless their cultivation surpassed his by far too much. The ugly woman glared at Jianchen like she was looking at an idiot. She said in an exasperated manner, I'm obviously looking for Jianchen to obtain the assistance of the solitary sword ancestor. What kind of figure is the solitary sword ancestor? Although I've never heard of him in the past, there have been many rumors about him recently. He's a legendary Grand Prime. I heard that even the Lord of Planet Tianming can't afford to provoke him. If he's willing to appear, the Gus clan won't be able to say anything no matter how bold they are. Jianchen stared at the woman deeply and said after some thought, Tell me the location of the Gus clan. I'll think of a way to save Qin Yishuan. At this moment, a long whistle suddenly rang out from the distance. It was a long and drawn-out voice, basically echoing through the entire royal capital. It alarmed countless people in the city. It's the first young master of the Gus clan. He's actually broken through to Overgod successfully. The first young master of the Gus clan really does possess extraordinary talent. It's only been around 50,000 years since he started cultivating, yet he's already become an overgod. He went from a mortal to an overgod in 50,000 years. Although this speed can't be compared to the supreme prodigies who can shake up the saints' world, he's still a prodigy in the Thousand-Leaf Empire. Afterwards, discussions rang out everywhere in the royal capital. Many people praised the first young master of the Gus clan as soon as they mentioned him. It's over, it's over. We're in big trouble now. The young master of the Gus family broke through so quickly. My sister is in danger. What should we do? The ugly woman's face was filled with panic. Don't worry. Jianshan looked in the direction of the whistle. He had already confirmed the location of the Gus clan, so he returned to the inn he stayed in temporarily as quickly as he could. Before long, Jianshan walked out of the inn with a fan in his hand. He wore luxurious white robes, and a black-clothed, cold-looking man followed him closely. Vaguely, a powerful presence radiated from the black-clothed man. "Hey, do you remember what I told you? Do you know what you should do?" Jian Chen walked at the front with his fan as he asked the black-clothed man who had taken a step behind him. "Yes, young master, I know what to do," Heya, who was following closely behind, said respectfully. "Sigh, it's a pity that there are bounties for me everywhere. Even the sword techniques I specialize in, the methods of battle, the laws I comprehend, and the treasures I use have all been clearly marked out, so I can't do anything. Otherwise, why would it be so troublesome?" Jianshan waved his fan as he walked at the front with a swagger. He seemed like the young master of an aristocratic clan, but he was filled with helplessness inside. Before long, he arrived near the Gus clan with Heya. At this moment, the entrance of the Gus clan had already been filled with people who had come with great gifts to congratulate the first young master of the Gus clan on breaking through to Overgod. The Gus clan was one of the 3 peak clans in the Thousand-Leaf Empire. They stood on equal footing with the imperial family, and they were extremely powerful. Let alone the Thousand-Leaf Empire, even in the neighboring ancient empires, there were not many organizations that dared to not show respect to the Gus clan. There were countless people who tried to curry favor with them. Even though quite a lot of people had gathered outside the entrance of the Gus clan, there was no chaos or ruckus. All the people who had come to congratulate them lined up in an orderly manner and stepped through the entrance with smiles on their faces. Everything was in order. Among them, there were even quite a few people who gave their congratulations. When they stepped through the door of the Gus clan, they all took out some valuable items to bribe the guards in a friendly manner. Just the guards received quite a lot of benefit. This was the power and status of a clan that possessed a primordial realm expert. However, at this moment, 2 people who didn't follow the rules appeared. Not only did they not follow the rules and line up properly like the others who came to congratulate them, but they even walked past the crowd and headed straight for the entrance of the Gus family without a care in the world. "The 2 of you, please wait. Please state your identities and the purpose of your visit." The 2 of them were naturally stopped by the guards. An overgod who seemed to be the leader called out emotionlessly, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my young master like that? Kneel down and apologize." The black-robed man who was a step behind immediately snorted coldly. A powerful presence radiated from him, pressing down on the leader of the guards mercilessly. The leader of the guards immediately paled, and with a plop, he actually could not endure the pressure. His knees bent uncontrollably, and he knelt on the ground heavily, shattering his knees. The peak of the Divine King. This person is actually a peak expert of the Divine King. Just what kind of powerful organization does this young man come from to have a peak expert of the Divine King as a guard? The peak of the Divine King is a peak expert in the Thousand-Leaf Empire. His status is extremely great. Yet now, this peak expert of the Divine King is only a guard. The hearts of the many people who had gathered here to congratulate him were greatly shaken. They all stared at the black-clothed man with shocked faces. Huge waves surged in their hearts, and they were extremely restless. Chapter 2257. The entrance of the Gus clan fell silent at that moment. Everyone stared at the disguised Jianshan and Heya. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to have a peak Divine King as his guard, this person was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Jianshan fanned himself gently as he glanced at the kneeling Overbod arrogantly. He raised his hand slightly and indicated for Heya to erase his presence. Only then did he say indifferently, "Is this how your Gus clan welcomes guests? Ha ha ha, I didn't know esteemed guests had arrived, so please forgive me for not welcoming you." At this moment, an old voice rang out from the Gus clan with bold laughter. A white-robed old man strode over with a ruddy face. He clasped his fist towards Jianshan from afar and was extremely polite. Behind the old man were over a dozen members of the upper echelon of various ages. They all hurried over as they stared at Jianshan. Jianshan glanced past them indifferently and saw through their strength. The old man at the front was a late Divine King, while the people behind him were all Divine King. Most of them were early Divine King, and there were only 3 mid-Divine King experts. As for late God Kings, including the old man at the very front, there were only 2 of them. I am Gu Yuan, the current patriarch of the Gus clan. I represent the entire clan in welcoming this young master to our Gus clan, Gu Yuan chuckled. He glanced at Heya, who stood beside Jianshan, and his eyes narrowed by an undetectable amount. He treated Jianshan with even more caution. Afterwards, he yelled at the leader of the guards, "Na Ti, how can you be so rude? Why don't you apologize to this young master?" At this time, the guard leader named Na Ti knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could provoke. Let alone him, even the Gus clan behind him probably would not dare to provoke him. Without any hesitation, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jianshan, begging for mercy in a remorseful manner. Jianshan did not even glance at Na Ti. He fanned himself gently as he studied the interior of the Gus clan very casually. He was haughty and condescending as he said indifferently, "I'm not a narrow-minded person. You can rise. I won't pursue your disrespect before, but there won't be a next time." Na Ti felt like he had been pardoned, so he thanked Jianshan politely in a hurry. Na Ti felt fear towards Jianshan from having a peak Divine King as a guard. Just how great was his background for a peak Divine King expert to treat him as a guard? At the very least, every single Divine King, even early Divine King experts, was treasured by the Gus clan. They possessed extremely great statuses, so they would never be treated as guards. Ha ha ha, your visit to our Gus clan has truly brought light to our humble dwelling. Please come in, young master. The patriarch of the Gus clan, Gu Yuan, greeted Jianshan warmly. He spoke carefully, afraid that he would offend the young master in some way. All the guests had been escorted out by Gu Yuan in the hall of the Gus clan. The upper echelon of the clan gathered together and received Jianshan with the highest level of courtesy. Jianshan sat on a chair very casually in the hall. He was natural and did not act overcautious at all. Heya stood behind Jianshan emotionlessly like a loyal guard. His heavy presence that belonged to a peak Divine King slightly revolved around him, causing the early and mid-Divine King experts in the hall to feel very pressured. They all became extremely unnatural. Gu Yuan introduced all the upper echelon of the Gus clan to Jianshan before clasping his hands at Jianshan and asking, "May I ask how I should address you, young master?" "I'm Chang Yang," Jianshan smiled. "So it's young master Chang Yang. Do you come from the central region of planet Tianming, young master Chang Yang?" Gu Yuan clasped his hands with a smile. However, he thought hard inside about which peak organization on planet Tianming had a surname related to Chang Yang. Jianshan purposefully acted arrogantly. He gently sipped on the tea brewed from precious heavenly resources and said, "I'm not from planet Tianming. I've come out with a senior of my clan this time, and when I passed by planet Tianming, my senior wanted to visit an old friend, so he made a short stop on planet Tianming. I've always liked freedom, and I like to go to various places to see the different cultures and customs, so I didn't go with my senior. Instead, I wandered around planet Tianming by myself." Young Master Chang Yang is an extraordinary person with an impressive appearance. You can tell with a single glance that you're extraordinary. You don't even have to think about it. You're definitely a peak expert who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, Gu Yuan said casually, trying to probe Jianshan's background in an indirect manner. Jianshan acted like he did not know anything. He said seriously, That senior of mine only broke through to chaotic prime several million years ago. That's only average in the clan. How can it be regarded as great accomplishments? Gu Yuan's hand trembled violently when he heard that. The teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground as shock filled his eyes. The divine kings of the Gus clan who accompanied him in the hall were also shocked. Afterwards, their gazes towards Jianchen all became respectful and filled with deep fear. Let's go. Patriarch Gu Yuan, let's go out for a stroll. Take this young master on a proper tour of your place. Jianchen suddenly stood up and directly made his way outside. He acted like he was free to do whatever he wanted. He did not consider whether it was convenient for the master of this place. However, in the eyes of Gu Yuan and the others, Jianchen's actions suited Jianchen's identity even more. As for why Jianchen, the young master of a peak organization, would suddenly become interested in their tiny Gus clan, they clearly did not care about that anymore. They had been completely stunned by the chaotic prime senior that Jianchen had mentioned. All they could think about right now was how they had to properly entertain this young master and use this opportunity to befriend him. Young Master Chong Yang, this way please. Gu Yuan immediately led the way for Jianchen with the members of the upper echelon. His attitude became even more humble as he tried to please him along the way. Under the accompaniment of Gu Yuan and the others, Jianchen strolled through the Gus clan leisurely. On the surface, he seemed like he was admiring the beauty of the world, but in reality, he was secretly worried. The Gus clan was an ancient clan with a primordial realm expert after all. There were formations and barriers everywhere, preventing him from probing with the senses of his soul. As a result, he had no idea where Qing Yishuan was imprisoned. As a matter of fact, he did not even know whether Qing Yishuan was really imprisoned in the Gus clan. It was a pity that he could not openly ask about Qing Yishuan. After all, he was playing the role of the young master of a large organization. Once he asked about a receival cultivator, he would make many mistakes and lead to many unexplainable problems. Young Master Chong Yang, this is where the servants live. I don't think there's a need to go there, just in case you dirty your feet, Gu Yuan said carefully as he passed through the barrier. Gu Yuan cautiously said when they were about to pass through a barrier. His expression was somewhat unnatural. This was because he had specially allocated this region to the first young master of the Gus clan, and the first young master was extremely lecherous. As a result, some shameful things would often happen in there. These matters were obviously trivial matters in Gu Yuan's eyes. However, if young Master Chong Yang, who possessed a frightening background, saw them, it would have a bad influence on him. However, Jianchen ignored him. He remained arrogant as he waved his fan and strolled forward leisurely, directly passing through the barrier. Gu Yuan did not dare to stop him at all. All he could do was sigh inside and pray that nothing unsightly would happen in there. Afterwards, he followed Jianchen in reluctantly. Let go of me. If you touch me again, I'll immediately blow myself up. As soon as he passed through the barrier, a furious woman's voice rang out from afar. Jianchen's face sank when he heard the familiar voice. A powerful killing intent flashed through his eyes. This was because it was Qing Yishuan's voice. P.S. At 8 in the evening on the 20th, which is 8 in the evening, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packets on his official WeChat account. Please pay attention to the information on the account. Since Alipay could only give out 300 yuan at a time, the 500 yuan red packets that Xiaoyao had prepared for his brothers would generate two passwords. The first password would be 300 yuan, while the second password would be 200 yuan. Although the amounts of the two passwords were different, the average amount would be the same based on the number of people. Please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account if you want to take part in this activity, and do not follow Xiaoyao's official account. The official account was Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Xinxing was Xiaoyao's pseudonym with a phone number for the police or a direct search for the pseudonym. Chapter 2258. The patriarch of the Gus clan, Gu Yuan, cursed inside when he heard the voice. He felt his head hurt. Although he did not know who the woman was, he knew his son's character extremely well. He did not even need to think to know that the woman definitely had something to do with his son. If it were any other time, he would not have bothered with such a small matter. However, if young Master Chang Yang, who possessed a frightening status, saw this right now, he would not be able to avoid leaving a bad impression on him. Naturally, Gu Yuan did not wish to see this happen. After all, he wanted to use this opportunity to befriend this young Master Chang Yang. Young Master Chang Yang, it's probably because of some conflict between the servants. Young Master Chang Yang, your status is great, so it's not suitable for you to stay where the servants live. Let's go elsewhere, Gu Yuan said from one side. However, as soon as Gu Yuan's voice sounded, a voice that was filled with lust was transmitted over. Ha ha, blow yourself up? You're just a mere returnance cultivator, yet you want to blow yourself up before me? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman sure is nice. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses an otherworldly bearing. Most importantly, she possesses the presence that only experts possess. It's said that you came up from a lower world. In other words, you were once a sovereign of a lower world. You were an existence that stood above countless people and controlled the fate of all. I just like women like that. Conquering a former sovereign of a lower world seems to be a very wonderful feeling. Gu Yuan's face became ugly when he heard the voice. Jianchen folded his fan and directly made his way to the hall where the voice had come from. When he approached the door, Heye directly pushed it open with a flash. Jianchen strode in. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a beautiful woman with an extraordinary bearing standing there with a pale face. She glared ahead with an extremely sharp gaze. On her face, there was not the slightest trace of fear. There was only a bone-deep hatred and an intense killing intent. Jianchen's gaze froze on the woman. She also wore azure clothes and had a familiar appearance. Was she not Qing Yishuan, whom he had met in the Sea Realm before? Seeing how Qing Yishuan was unscathed for now, Jianchen finally stopped worrying. Who are you? Who let you in? At this moment, a man's voice rang out. A rather handsome young man stood near Qing Yishuan. His perverted smile quickly vanished when Jianchen suddenly barged in. He glared at Jianchen with a sunken face. Don't be rude. Gu Yuan walked in from outside with an ugly expression. He glared at the young man with a sullen face. Father, why have you come? Gu Yuan's arrival immediately caused the young man to be startled. He knew in his heart that this father of his would never come to this place. This is young Master Chang Yang. Why don't you greet him? Gu Yuan called out to the young man before politely saying to Jianchen, Young Master Chang Yang, this is my good-for-nothing son, Gu Feng. Gu Feng was not stupid. He could tell from his father's expression that this young Master Chang Yang probably possessed quite the background. He immediately suppressed his displeasure and glanced at Jianchen in surprise and doubt. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed towards Jianchen. That's strange. The region I live in is rather remote in the clan. Why has this young Master Chang Yang, who even father treats well, come to such a remote place? Gu Feng was very confused. What a unique woman. Jianchen ignored Gu Feng. He looked at Qin Yishuan and his eyes immediately lit up. He waved his fan as he circled around Qin Yishuan. He studied her in great interest and praised, she's stubborn and has an unyielding spirit. Most importantly, I can actually see a unique bearing that only peak experts possess on her. Yep, this woman does have the right to be my servant and serve me. Gu Feng's face immediately changed with that. Just when he was about to say something, Gu Yuan's chuckling voice rang out, It's her fortune to be valued by young Master Chang Yang. Since young Master Chang Yang likes her, I'll make the decision and gift this beautiful woman to young Master Chang Yang. Father, Gu Feng said. His face was ugly and filled with reluctance. However, he forcefully swallowed his words after receiving a glare from Gu Yuan. At this moment, Qing Yishuan suddenly looked at Jianchen. She said coldly, "If it's just being your servant, I can stay by your side, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything to me." As Jianchen had already disguised himself, hiding his original appearance and even concealing his presence, Qing Yishuan failed to recognize him at all. Jianchen smiled disdainfully. He gently lifted Qing Yishuan's chin with his fan and smiled gently. "This is the saint's world, not the lower world where you once reigned supreme. What right do you have to negotiate with me as a puny origin realm cultivator?" Qing Yishuan's face darkened when she heard that, but she still said stubbornly, "If you don't agree, then I'll refuse even before I die." "Refuse even before you die?" Jianchen seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He chuckled, "Before me, it'll be difficult for a puny origin realm cultivator like you to even die. You don't have a choice." At this moment, Heya took a step forward and placed his finger on Qing Yishuan's back, controlling her with ease. Afterwards, he followed behind Jianchen with Qing Yishuan and swaggered off. The patriarch of the Gus clan did not dare to say anything. Instead, he smiled and bowed to one side, afraid that he would be negligent at all. Now that he had achieved his objective, Jianchen did not want to stay any longer. Before long, he bid farewell to Gu Yuan and left the Gus clan with Qin Yishuan. "Father, did you find that young Master Chong Yang is rather strange? From what you said, I feel like young Master Chong Yang has specially come for this woman." The young master of the Gus clan, Gu Feng, said in doubt after Jianchen left. "That's right. Patriarch, I feel the same way," a divine king of the Gus clan added. The patriarch of the Gus clan, Gu Yuan, stared in the direction that Jianchen had vanished in. After a moment of thought, he said, "It is a little strange, but there are two things that I'm certain about at the very least. The first is that young Master Chong Yang is not simple at all. I secretly used a secret technique, but I was actually unable to see through his exact strength. I can tell from that young Master Chong Yang is anything but simple. The second point is that the guard beside him is indeed a peak divine king. His cultivation is even slightly greater than mine and the Grand Elders. However, an expert like that showed respect before young Master Chong Yang. Moreover, this respect came from the bottom of his heart. He truly treated him as a servant, as if he was not faking it at all. What does that mean? Perhaps young Master Chong Yang is rather eager to enjoy this woman with extraordinary bearing after seeing her, which is why he left in a hurry, a peak divine king sniggered. At the same time, in the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire, the Blood Battle clan that was one of the three peak organizations just like the Gus clan, a deep voice rang out from a secret room that was enveloped by layers of formations deep underground. "Ancestor, we've just received news that a young master suspected to be from a peak clan has suddenly appeared in the imperial capital and has paid a visit to the Gus clan. What does this have to do with our Blood Battle clan?" The ancestor's cold voice rang out from the secret room. "Ancestor, our Blood Battle clan is on par with the Gus clan in strength. It's basically impossible for our Blood Battle clan to wipe out the Gus clan with our strength alone. However, I believe that our chance to wipe out the Gus clan has arrived. You want our Blood Battle clan to rope in the young master with the great organization behind him?" the ancestor asked. Chapter 2259. It won't be easy to shift the blame onto the Gus clan. How confident are you? The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan asked in the secret room. Although their Bloody Battle clan was one of the three peak factions of the Thousand-Leaf Empire along with the Gus clan, these three peak factions did not get along well with each other. It could be said that they constantly fought both openly and covertly. This was especially the case for the Bloody Battle clan and the Gus clan. They had formed a blood feud many years ago. However, the two clans were on par with each other in strength, so neither of them were confident in wiping out the other. As a result, neither of them dared to start an all-out war, as they were afraid that they would suffer losses in the war and allow others to benefit from it. However, once they found an opportunity to wipe out the other side in a single stroke, they would not give up on it so easily. That young master has already made a trip to the Gus family. This is a very good opportunity. Meanwhile, our Blood Battle clan has been secretly preparing for many years. As long as we operate properly, I'm more than 90% confident that the Gus clan will become the scapegoat, said the person standing outside the secret room. He was filled with confidence as if victory was already in his grasp. Rumble, a muffled sound was heard, and the tightly shut door of the secret room slowly opened. A biting cold murderous aura spread out from within like an avalanche, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A middle-aged man with a resolute face and waist-length hair slowly walked out of the secret room. He wore a red suit that looked like it was dyed in blood, giving off a bloody feeling. A heavy and powerful presence revolved around him. It had completely surpassed the limits of the Divine King. He had reached an even higher level, the primordial realm. You really haven't disappointed me after I handed all the important matters of the clan to you. Go arrange it quickly. Remember, you can't make any mistakes. You have to make sure nothing goes wrong. You can't let the clan fall into eternal damnation. As for the young master, I'll deal with him personally, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan said sternly. Yes, ancestor. I'll go arrange it right away, the person backed off. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan stood outside the secret room. His gaze became extremely deep as he murmured, "This matter will be very risky, but if you want the Gus clan to be destroyed, you have to take the risk." Jianchen fanned himself in the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire as he strolled leisurely through the street. Qing Yishuan and He Ye followed closely behind him. Black Crow, on the other hand, was expressionless as he followed Jianchen in a natural manner. He truly treated himself as a guard and a servant. After all, he had already submitted to Jianchen when they were at the Azure Poseidon Palace. On the other hand, Qing Yishuan gritted her teeth as she followed behind Jianchen with a face filled with unwillingness and humiliation. A sliver of despair gradually appeared in her heart. Although she had left the Gus clan and escaped from the first young master of the Gus clan, in her opinion, ending up in the hands of this young master was no different from ending up in the hands of the first young master of the Gus clan. This young master Chang Yang, who even the Gus clan did not dare to provoke, had still taken a liking to her beauty. He was basically the same as the first young master of the Gus clan. At this moment, Jianchen suddenly turned around. He stared at Qing Yishuan and said, "You were taken away by the people of the Gus clan. If I hadn't appeared in time, you probably would have been tainted by Gu Feng already. Do you want revenge? Do you want to personally kill Gu Feng and the guards of the Gus clan who took you away?" Qing Yishuan glared at Jianchen coldly and said coldly, "If you want to use my body as a condition, I don't need your help." You sure are stubborn." Jianchen smiled without minding at all. "This is the saint's world, not the lower world you stayed in before. You need to adapt to the rules of survival here and reconsider your identity, or it'll be very difficult for you to survive." Qing Yishuan listened silently from behind. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. Suddenly, Qing Yishuan froze. She came to a halt and remained where she was. She stared ahead without blinking. A warrant for Jianchen's arrest was posted there in an extremely eye-catching manner. Many people stopped around the warrant, pointing at Jianchen's portrait as they discussed. "It's actually Jianchen." Qing Yishuan's heart was in turmoil as she stared at the familiar face and familiar name. Her heart churned. The saint's world was so vast. She had never thought that she would receive news of Jianchen so soon. Even though it was only a warrant, Qing Yishuan knew that Jianchen was still alive at the very least. Not only was he alive, but he had even caused a huge mess. I never thought that he would actually become the Divine King and that even the Supreme Divine King would die to his hands. Qing Yishuan's feelings became extremely mixed when she saw the accomplishments she envied on the warrant. Vaguely, she seemed to see the scene of the brat who could not even withstand a single strike from her in the sea realm, taking away the 8 wastelands diagram fragment from her. Back then, Jianshan's strength was not enough to catch her attention. He was extremely weak. But now, he had become a supreme divine king in her eyes, while she was only at the origin realm. Qing Yishuan stared at Jianshan's warrant silently. In the end, she sighed inside and left gloomily. Jianshan, although I want to help you, I can't even protect myself right now, so you can only rely on yourself. I hope you can live on well, Qing Yishuan thought. We won't be staying on planet Tianming for long. Do you have any unfinished business here? At this moment, Jianshan's voice rang out. Qing Yishuan hesitated when she heard that. She gently bit her lip and said softly, I still have a sister I've met not too long ago. I want to bid farewell to her. Go. Heya, follow her and ensure her safety. Also, give a portion of your divine crystals to her sister, Jianshan said to Heya. Obviously, he knew that the sister Qing Yishuan mentioned was actually the ugly woman. Yes. Heya replied before leaving with Qing Yishuan. After the two of them left, Jianshan immediately dismissed his frivolous attitude. He gradually became stern. He raised his head to look at the sky, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He immediately flew out of the city. He had sensed long ago that not only was he being followed, but there was also a pair of invisible eyes that would linger on him from time to time. Whenever the invisible eyes stared at him, Jianshan would feel slightly threatened. Chapter 2260. Although I don't know who's targeting me, it means that the primordial realm expert who's targeting me isn't particularly powerful since I can sense it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sensed it, Jianshan thought. After reaching the 13th layer of the chaotic body, not only had his battle prowess increased, but his various abilities had also increased by quite a lot. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to sense a primordial realm expert spying on him secretly. When I reached the 12th layer of the chaotic body, my battle prowess was already greater than most of the Supreme Divine King. Now that my chaotic body is breaking through, I wonder what level my battle prowess has reached and whether I have the right to become the strongest Divine King. It's said that the experts who rank in the top 10 of the Divine King possess the right to fend off primordial realm experts or even kill them. I wonder if I have the right to kill primordial realm experts now. I desperately need a primordial realm expert to test my current strength. Then, I'll let the primordial realm expert who's spying on me test my true battle prowess. Although I'll face the risk of being exposed, I don't plan on staying on planet Tianming for long. Jianshan left the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. His expression remained the same as before as he flew into the distance at a steady pace. However, even with that being the case, his speed was extremely shocking. Before long, he was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. However, the primordial realm expert who was spying on him did not appear at that distance. However, Jianshan could clearly sense that the primordial realm expert had always been spying on him. However, he hid very well, so it was very difficult for him to find him with Jianshan's current strength. In order to avoid alerting him, Jianshan did not show any abnormalities along the way, nor did he dare to use his soul to search. Has the person spying on me discovered my identity, or is it because of some other reason? Jianshan's heart was filled with doubts. This was a very important matter that concerned his own safety and his future path. He had to figure it out. When Jianshan was 2,000,000 kilometers away from the imperial city, the space around him suddenly began to twist violently. The mountains and rivers in his vision vanished, replaced by a desolate world. Jianshan's flying figure came to an abrupt halt. He sized up this desolate world and his expression turned serious. He could tell with a single glance that this was a miniature world independent from the saint's world. He had been sucked into a miniature world without noticing anything. He was familiar with miniature worlds because there were quite a few of them on the Tian Yuan continent. The 10 protector clans all resided in miniature worlds created by the Holy Emperor. However, there were strong and weak mini-worlds as well. The weaker mini-worlds could be destroyed by a battle between Saint Realm cultivators. Clearly, the miniature world he had entered was of a high level. The space there was extremely stable, enough to endure the shock waves of battles between infinite primes. At this moment, a powerful pulse of energy appeared, causing the space of the miniature world to ripple like water. Energy surged in the sky like a tsunami, condensing into a thick finger in a single moment. It suddenly fell towards Jianshan with the power of slaughter. The power of this finger was incomparably great. It really had the power to destroy the world. As the finger fell, the space of the entire miniature world twisted and blurred. Jianshan's heart sank. The primordial realm expert he had encountered was definitely not a regular primordial realm expert. Instead, he comprehended one of the most offensive laws out of the 3,000 laws, the laws of slaughter. His battle prowess surpassed most experts of the same level. Moreover, his opponent struck out extremely decisively. He did not say anything at all, using his full strength right from the start. Killing intent surged. Clearly, he wanted to kill Jianshan cleanly. Jianshan bellowed out at the sky and immediately counterattacked. His presence rapidly soared as the power of the laws of the sword condensed around him, turning into a huge strand of sword chi that collided with the descending finger. Jianshan did not use his full strength with this strike. In reality, he did not even use 50% of his strength. He only used battle prowess equivalent to the Divine King's top 100. Boom! With a thud, Jianshan fell from the sky like a kite with a short string. He slammed into the ground heavily as his face paled. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He seemed like he was heavily injured as he struggled to stand up from the ground. Who are you? Why did you suddenly launch a sneak attack against me? Jianshan stared at the sky and asked furiously. Who I am is no longer important. What's important is that you won't be able to leave here alive today, young Master Chongyang. A cold voice rang out from the sky. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He understood that his identity had not been exposed when he was referred to as young Master Chongyang, which made him feel relieved. However, his expression did not change at all. He called out sternly, "Since you know my name, you must know my origins as well. Are you so confident that you can kill me? However, what I don't understand is that I have no enemies on planet Tianming, so why do you want to kill me? Since you want to know, I'll let you die a little clearer. This small world of mine is not an ordinary small world. Once you fall into this place, regardless of how many escaping secret techniques you possess, they will be useless in this place. Even if you possess a top-tier escaping treasure, you will not have the chance to use it in front of me. Hence, it will be difficult for you to escape today. As for why I want to kill you, it's obviously to shift the blame to the Gus clan. As long as you're dead, we'll be able to lead this matter to the Gus clan very well with our secret operations. We'll be able to make the Gus clan face destruction. I know your background is extraordinary. You have even more powerful peak experts behind you who can peer into the heavenly secret. However, you can give up. Since I'm bold enough to attack you, I naturally have complete confidence in erasing all traces so that those peak experts won't be able to find anything. You already know what you need to know. Young Master Chongyang, it's time to send you on your way. With that, overwhelming energy gathered once again. Strands of power of slaughter filled the surroundings, condensing into a huge blade completely condensed from origin energy and the power of laws. It whistled towards Jianshan's head. Clearly, the person who had attacked him secretly did not want to wait any longer. He was afraid that the situation would change if he waited any longer. As he watched the blade rapidly approach him and sensed the might of a primordial realm expert within it, Jianshan's faked panic vanished. He became composed and calm. His gaze was cold and sharp like a sword. In the next moment, a sharp and powerful sword qi radiated from Jianshan's body. It shone brightly, as dazzling as the sun. At that moment, he seemed to have become a completely different person. His presence surged into the clouds as his battle intent became extremely shocking. Jianshan threw a punch at the sky. Chaotic force condensed on his fist as it collided with the incoming blade with the power of the laws of the sword. With a great boom, the entire miniature world shook gently. The blade had been shattered by Jianshan's punch, turning into a violent storm of energy that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Jianshan, on the other hand, was like an undefeatable god of war. His presence surged as he endured the devastating storm of energy. He shot into the sky in a single moment and glanced towards a certain direction. His gaze was extremely frightening, as if there was a flash of light in it. The sudden change stunned the hidden primordial realm expert. Young Master Chang Yang, who was originally on the brink of death, had suddenly become lively and displayed supreme battle prowess. He found this unbelievable. Ignoring the shock of the hidden primordial realm expert, Jianshan hovered in the air. The power of the laws of the sword gathered as the chaotic force within him surged. A powerful, gray-white sword qi immediately condensed in his right hand, and he suddenly swung it at the space before him. Jianshan did not hold back at all when he struck out this time. He completely unleashed the battle prowess of the 13th layer of the chaotic body, so his strike really did possess enough power to split apart the world. It had completely surpassed the level of the Divine King and reached the level of the primordial realm. With a deafening boom, the miniature world pulsed even more violently. The primordial realm expert who had always been hidden was forcefully forced out of space by Jianshan's attack, revealing his true form. Chapter 2261. The middle-aged man was the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. Why, you're at the primordial realm? The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan stared at Jianshan with wide eyes as his expression changed rapidly. He became uncertain. My cultivation level isn't important. What's important is that you probably don't have the ability to kill me, Jianshan said coldly. Jianshan said coldly. He hovered in the sky as sword qi radiated from him. Dazzling, silver-white light enveloped him, illuminating the surroundings. He seemed like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He extended his finger gently, and the powerful sword intent that belonged to the great perfection of sword spirit permeated the surroundings. It condensed into a strand of golden sword qi in the space before him, shooting towards the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan as a streak of golden light. There was a sliver of black within the golden sword qi. It was the power of chaotic force. The ancestor's expression was extremely ugly. He extended his finger as well, and strands of power of slaughter gathered around him. They formed a chain of laws that collided with the incoming strands of sword qi loudly. With a deafening boom, the two collided. The golden sword qi directly collapsed, turning into countless tiny strands of sword qi that scattered into the surroundings. The chains of laws condensed from the power of slaughter rapidly dimmed as well, but they did not disperse in the end. Instead, they shot towards Jianshan with lingering power. The Daluo sword qi is no longer powerful enough. Jianshan frowned slightly when he saw this. He had already realized that with his chaotic body reaching the 13th layer and his comprehension of the laws of the sword reaching the great perfection of sword spirit, the various sword techniques he knew in the past were basically useless due to the difference in quality. This was because with his current strength, even a casual strike would be far more powerful than the Daluo sword qi. In the end, the Daluo sword qi only possessed the form but not the essence. Jianshan's eyes narrowed, and he gave up on all the sword techniques he knew. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out a streak of light, dispersing the remaining power of slaughter. Afterwards, he extended his right hand and condensed a 4-meter-long sword from pure sword chi, shooting it towards the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan with lightning speed. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan blocked Jianshan's attacks with a sunken face. He growled, "Young Master Chongyang, I was in the wrong this time, but fortunately, I didn't make a huge mistake in the end. I hope young Master Chongyang can forgive me. I will leave right now. If I hadn't hidden my strength, I'm afraid that I would be a corpse now. Since you want to kill me, I'm destined not to let you go. Between the two of us, only one of us can leave this place alive," Jianshan said coldly. He gave up on all the sword techniques he had grasped and used the most primitive method to attack. The 4-meter-long sword chi gathered in his hand, and he swung it around in an airtight manner. He stabbed out time and time again, moving as fast as lightning, leaving behind blurs. The blurs overlapped one another and were as dense as raindrops. At that moment, Jianshan's attacks could be described as a storm. "Young Master Chongyang, are we really not going to let this go peacefully?" the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan said sternly. Although young Master Chongyang's strength had completely exceeded his expectations, he could already tell that young Master Chongyang was still slightly weaker than him. If he used his full strength and paid a certain price, it was not impossible for him to kill young Master Chongyang here. Moreover, this was his miniature world. As long as the miniature world remained intact, he did not have to worry about young Master Chongyang escaping at all. This was because his miniature world was rather special. Many methods of escape would be useless here. If my strength was really only that of a divine king, would you have left me alive? It's impossible for you to get away with this, Jianshan said coldly. Killing intent surged from him as his presence surged. He attacked with his full strength without holding back at all. Jianshan had gained a rough understanding of his strength now. The 13th layer of the chaotic body did indeed give him the right to fight primordial realm expert. The only thing he lacked was his comprehension of laws. His comprehension of laws was still at the level of late overgod, while his comprehension of the laws of the sword was equivalent to the level of a divine king. In a clash of laws, he was not the opponent of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan at all. It was all because of the great battle prowess bestowed upon him by his chaotic force that he was able to close the gap between him and a primordial realm expert. If that's the case, don't blame me. A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. Terrifying energy erupted from his body like a tsunami as primordial realm laws constantly descended from outer space. He formed a seal with one hand. Every single movement and change seemed to conform to the truths of the world, possessing the mysteries of the ways. It seemed to cause the world to change. Palm of devastation. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan bellowed out. He directly struck out with a palm strike that contained the mysteries of the infinite mysteries towards Jianshan. Immediately, the terrifying energy and power of laws that gathered around the ancestor rapidly condensed into a huge hand. It struck towards Jianshan with a tremendous pressure that seemed to originate from the world. The miniature world shook violently. Space distorted, blurring everything. The entire space surged like water, becoming filled with spatial ripples. The palm strike was just too powerful. It seemed like the miniature world had reached its limit. A god-tier battle skill. Jianshan's face changed, and he became extremely stern. This was a god-tier battle skill used by a primordial realm expert. It could unleash the full power of a god-tier battle skill, unlike the supreme divine king from the Azure Poseidon Palace. Whether it was a god artifact or a god-tier battle skill, they could only unleash a tiny portion of their power. Even though Jianshan had broken through to the 13th layer of the chaotic body, he did not dare to be careless against a god-tier battle skill personally cast by the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. He felt a great threat from the god-tier battle skill before him. With a flip of his hand, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways appeared in Jianshan's hand. Chaotic force surged within him, pouring into the 9-star sword of heavenly ways, causing it to erupt with blinding light. Endless starlight expanded, shining like stars. Huge stars conjured from the sword one after another. 1 star, 2 stars. 6 stars appeared. With each additional star, the pressure from the 9-star sword of heavenly ways grew stronger as well. Only after 6 stars had appeared did it stop. At this moment, the pressure from the 9-star sword of heavenly ways was extremely terrifying. It was no weaker than the god-tier battle skill used by the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. A god artifact. The ancestor's face changed slightly when he sensed the shocking pressure from the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. He actually felt envy from the bottom of his heart. God artifacts were extremely precious in the saints' world. Even many primordial realm experts did not possess one. Although the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was a primordial realm expert, one of the few sovereigns in the Thousand-Leaf Empire, he did not possess a god artifact either. Jianshan swung down with the 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand, and terrifying energy erupted like a tsunami. Starlight scattered down, colliding with the ancestor's apocalyptic palm. P.S. Xiaoyao owes another chapter. Originally, he planned on writing 2 chapters at the very least, but ever since he woke up today, he's been sleepy for an entire day. He can't find the energy to write at all, so he's only written this chapter now. I think it's because of the aftereffects of staying up late a few days ago. Chapter 2262. Boom. With a great boom, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways clashed violently with the great palm of obliteration with its sharp sword chi and dazzling starlight. This was an intense clash between 2 primordial realm experts. The extremely powerful chaotic force clashed with a god-tier battle skill, resulting in the most violent of explosions. The laws of the sword and the laws of slaughter intertwined as chaotic force clashed with origin energy. It was like the most resplendent fireworks in the world, surging with majestic power. The violent ripples of energy shook the space and created layers of ripples. With a destructive force, they pressed down on the miniature world and wreaked havoc in all directions. Jianshan was constantly pushed back by the violent ripples of energy. He protected himself with light as he shone brightly. He pushed the defenses of his chaotic force to the limit to protect himself. He constantly swung the 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand. Every strike was filled with resplendent starlight, splitting the incoming ripples of energy. On the other side, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan's face sank. He could not help but stagger backwards uncontrollably from the violent ripples of energy. The 2 of them had used their full strength in the clash this time. They did not hold back at all, so the storm of energy from their full-powered attacks made it difficult for them to stabilize themselves. I never thought young Master Chong Yang would be so troublesome. The power he uses is actually so strange. It's a strange power that I've never seen or heard of before. Coupled with the god artifact he wields, it's almost impossible for me to kill him. I'll probably only be able to injure him at most, thought the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. At this moment, he began to feel regret. He secretly cursed himself for being careless. He had actually struck out recklessly without investigating his opponent's exact strength. Just when he thought up to there, the ancestor's heart suddenly shivered. His eyes narrowed as he stared ahead sternly. Before him, the destructive storm formed by the violent energy had yet to disperse. Space constantly trembled from the shockwaves, causing his vision to blur. Even with the eyesight of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan, he was unable to see through it with a single glance. His soul was affected as well. At this moment, a surging sword chi suddenly permeated the surroundings. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the storm of energy before the ancestor. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways condensed with supreme sword chi, shining brightly. It tore through the storm of energy with a single strike, turning into a streak of white light that stabbed towards the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan with lightning speed. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan's eyes were frigid. His face was cold, and a set of blood-red armor appeared, enveloping him. He also wielded a sword that shone with cold light. The laws of slaughter condensed as he swung it at Jian Chen with terrifying energy. Spurt! Jian Chen's 9-star sword of heavenly ways pierced through the ancestor's armor in a single stroke. With dense starlight, it stabbed into the ancestor's chest with sharp sword chi and chaotic force, rapidly penetrating deeper. The sharp tip of the sword emerged from the ancestor's back. Droplets of blood that belonged to a primordial realm expert constantly dripped from the tip of the sword. At the same time, the ancestor's sword stabbed into Jian Chen's body at basically the same time. Jian Chen was emotionless. His eyes were cold as chaotic force circulated wildly within him. Strands of chaotic force surged out from his naiden, rapidly galloping through his body like wild horses. They all gathered towards his wound, fusing with his flesh and bones. He had already pushed the defenses of the 13th layer of the chaotic body to the limit, allowing his body to reach its toughest state. He did not fear any attacks. Coupled with the influx of a vast amount of chaotic force, his wounds, be it his flesh or his ribs, were pushed to their limits. As soon as the ancestor's sword stabbed into Jian Chen's chest, he felt a great resistance, making it more and more difficult for his sword to advance through Jian Chen's body. In the end, it got stuck between two of Jian Chen's ribs, unable to advance any further. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan could not help but gasp. His eyes widened as he stared at Jian Chen's chest in disbelief. He was shocked inside. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that Jian Chen did not possess any defensive treasures. The reason why his sword could not penetrate any further was because Jian Chen's body was just too tough. It was so tough that it was shocking. Just the defense of his body was enough to block the attacks of primordial realm experts. Unless I wield a god artifact or use a god-tier battle skill, it'll be very difficult for me to pose a fatal threat to young Master Chong Yang. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was dejected. Jian Chen's body was so tough, so how was he supposed to kill him with just a supreme quality saint artifact? Once he failed to kill Jian Chen, what awaited him would be the destruction of the Blood Battle clan. Suddenly, the ancestor's face changed. He stared at Jian Chen fixedly as he could not help but become excited. He called out, "I know. You're not young Master Chong Yang at all. Your name is fake, your identity is fake, and even your appearance is fake. You're the Jian Chen wanted by the Solitary Sword Ancestor and the Azure Pring King. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. You're Jian Chen. You possess a powerful body, strange and violent strength, the laws of the sword you comprehend, and the god artifact in your hand that shines with starlight. All of these characteristics match the description on the wanted poster." After guessing Jian Chen's identity, the gloominess on the ancestor's face vanished. He could not help but laugh aloud. "Ha ha 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 ha, Jian Chen, who knows how many people are looking for you in the entire Saints world, but I've actually encountered you here. This is the longing of the heavens for our Blood Battle clan." At this moment, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was overjoyed. Young Master Chong Yang was actually Jian Chen. Not only did he no longer need to worry about revenge from the organization behind young Master Chong Yang, but he only needed to report Jian Chen's whereabouts to the Solitary Sword Ancestor and the Azure Pring King, and the two of them would owe him a favor. With the favor of the two peak experts, just who would be bold enough to provoke the Blood Battle clan on planet Tianming? At that time, even the high and mighty Star Lord of the heavenly underworld Star would have to be polite and courteous to the Blood Battle clan. This was because either the Solitary Sword Ancestor or the Azure Pring King were terrifying figures who could sweep through the entire planet. Chapter 2263. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was overjoyed. He believed that he was the first person to know about Jian Chen's whereabouts. As long as he was the first person to pass news about Jianchen to the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King, destroying the Gus clan would be a piece of cake. Jianchen saw how excited the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was, which made his killing intent surge. His eyes were cold as he said, "Since I'm bold enough to fight you, I'm not afraid of exposing my identity, as I will never let you leave here alive." Ha 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 ha, Jianchen, you really are arrogant. You actually dare to look down on a primordial realm expert. I'd like to see how you keep me here today, laughed the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan laughed aloud. After learning Jianchen's identity, he was no longer interested in fighting. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave and inform the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King as soon as possible. The solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King were peak experts whose names shook up the saint's world. They possessed extraordinary abilities. Every single warrant they issued contained a simple imprint as a communication method. As long as anyone used the imprint, they would be able to contact the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King immediately, no matter how far away they were. Even though countless people knew about the imprint in the saint's world, none of them dared to contact the solitary sword ancestor or the Azure Pring King casually. This was because both the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pring King could easily find the person who used the imprint. Once they discovered that they had been tricked, not many people could endure the terrifying consequences. Clearly, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan knew the imprint as well, as it was just too simple. He could basically tell with a single glance. However, the small world he had set up was indeed quite special, just as he had said. In this small world, not to mention all kinds of escape secret techniques, even communication methods would be ineffective. As a result, he needed to leave the miniature world if he wanted to use the imprint to send out a message through the unique method the solitary sword ancestor had left behind. This little world of yours may be restraining me, but it's also restraining you at the same time. Furthermore, you're already injured, and my power still remains in your body. The longer this drags on, the more serious your injuries will become. I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me. Jianchen sneered. He poured chaotic force endlessly into the 9-star sword of heavenly ways, causing it to shine with dazzling starlight. The 6 huge illusionary stars appeared once again. With a roar, he stabbed out with his full strength. This was a terrifying strike on par with a god-tier battle skill from a primordial realm expert. When the sword stabbed out, the sky roared and the ground shook. The entire space pulsed violently as supreme sword chi permeated the surroundings, forming a great pressure that pressed down on the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. The expression of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He could sense an extremely great threat from the attack. The threat was so great that it was even greater than what he felt from his old rival, the ancestor of the Gus clan. Moreover, his presence had been locked onto. The sword intent had sealed up the space around him, making it impossible for him to dodge or flee. At this moment, it was already too late for him to use the god-tier battle skill a second time. The origin energy within him surged out violently as the laws of the primordial realm gathered on the supreme quality saint artifact in his hand. He slashed out with his full strength with surging energy. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan's supreme quality saint artifact was cut to pieces by the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone with extremely bright starlight as it stabbed out with surging chaotic force without slowing down at all. It chopped off the ancestor's entire right arm. The pain of losing his arm made the ancestor's face twitch by an undetectable amount. Blood spurted out from his right arm, drifting through the air like it was raining blood. If it weren't for your god artifact, you definitely wouldn't be my opponent, the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan said viciously. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan bellowed viciously. He did not have the support of the chaotic body like Jianchen, so his battle prowess plummeted after being injured twice. Moreover, he had already lost his vital right arm, so his ability to fight back was becoming weaker and weaker. Moreover, when Jianchen's sword pierced through his body, the pure power of the laws of the sword and the chaotic body remained in his body, rampaging around like a wild horse. He had to use his full strength against Jianchen's attack, so he could not spare any energy to suppress the chaotic energy in his body. As a result, he could only allow it to rampage around, causing his wounds to rapidly worsen. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan glanced at Jianchen resentfully. He gritted his teeth and retreated in a flash, arriving over 100 kilometers away in a single instant. Afterwards, he swung his left hand, and the space beside him immediately cracked. A space gate to the outside world appeared, and he stepped through it without any hesitation. A whoa! Just when half of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan had left the space, the howl of a wolf suddenly rang out. The terrifying sound wave turned into visible ripples, radiating with a desolate feeling that seemed to originate from ancient times. Mixed within it was a vast pressure that reigned above all life. The pressure seemed to originate from the laws of the world. It was extremely vast and extremely shocking. It was enough to make people's souls tremble uncontrollably. At this crucial moment, Jianchen used the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline and produced a shocking howl. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline in his body had constantly absorbed the power of the essence blood, causing the power of the bloodline in his body to constantly strengthen. Compared to before, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan, who was about to enter the miniature world, suddenly froze. His soul suffered a heavy impact, leaving him stunned on the spot. His eyes became lost for a moment. However, he was a primordial realm expert after all, so he recovered in just a single moment. However, a single moment was enough to decide the outcome of a battle between experts. As soon as the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan returned to his senses, he saw a blinding light. Sword chi surged as endless starlight poured down, drowning him. Spurt! Before the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan could react, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways had already stabbed into his forehead. It pierced his head, wiping out his soul on the spot. A primordial realm expert had died just like that. The moment the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan died, a ruddy, sagely old man suddenly opened his eyes in an extremely luxurious hall within the depths of the majestic imperial palace in the Thousand-Leaf Empire. His deep gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the various obstructions, directly looking at where Jianchen and the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan fought. He was stern. What terrifying wolf howls! There's also the lingering might of a battle between primordial realm experts. Has a primordial realm expert of the Wolf clan come here and is close to the Imperial City? The old man was Poseidon of the Thousand-Leaf Empire. He was the only primordial realm expert in the Imperial family. It was exactly because of his existence that the Thousand-Leaf Empire became one of the many ancient empires on planet Tianming. At the same time, he was an existence that deterred the 3 other peak organizations in the Thousand-Leaf Empire, preventing them from acting rashly. As he said that, the old man had already stood up and was about to hurry over. Traces of a battle between primordial realm experts had occurred outside the Imperial City. This was an extremely important matter to the Thousand-Leaf Empire, so he had to investigate it. After all, there were only 4 primordial realm experts in the entire Thousand-Leaf Empire, including him. Chapter 2264. However, just as the old man was about to leave this extremely luxurious palace, a powerful energy that was so frightening that it shocked him suddenly appeared. It directly ignored the various formations set up outside the palace and directly seeped in, forming a powerful barrier that enveloped the interior of the palace. The old man's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying pulses of energy from the barrier. He struggled to maintain his composure as panic appeared on his face. "May I ask how our thousand-leaf empire has offended, Senior? Please spare us, Senior." The old man clasped his hands respectfully. The old man immediately clasped his hands respectfully. His heart was filled with panic, thinking that the thousand-leaf dynasty had offended them. "There's nothing for you to do outside. Just stay here." An ethereal voice of an old man came into the hall. "Yes, Senior." At the same time, the primordial realm experts who were cultivating in seclusion in the royal capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire were all roused by the shockwaves outside the city. Just when they were about to leave, they were also trapped by a powerful barrier, preventing them from leaving. Outside the royal capital, Jianshan slowly pulled out the 9-star sword of heavenly ways from where he fought the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan. He wiped away the blood on it before stowing it away in his space ring. He looked behind him. A fist-sized, silver-white bead hovered there quietly. It shone with a hazy light which was quite enchanting. Jianshan knew that the white bead was what formed the miniature world. He immediately took a step forward and grabbed the white bead. Afterwards, he turned around and picked up the ancestor's corpse, planning to leave. This was because the space gate to the miniature world had already been opened when he killed the ancestor. The shock waves from their battle naturally passed through the gate and spread to the outside world. Even the wolf howl he let out could be clearly heard outside. Soon, people would come to investigate this place, so it was not a place to stay for long. "I never thought you'd actually have the ability to kill a primordial realm expert." However, just when Jianshan was about to move, an old voice rang out from behind him. Su Ran stood behind Jianshan silently in simple clothes. She concealed her presence, moving like a ghost. She came and went without a trace, such that even Jianshan failed to discover when she had arrived. If it were not for the fact that she had spoken, Jianshan would not even have known that she was standing behind him. "Senior Su Ran, when did you come?" Jianshan clasped his hands at Su Ran. Su Ran looked at Jianshan deeply and said, "Kid, you're an influential figure in the Saints' world, but I just happen to owe you a huge favor, so how can I not keep an eye on you? I know everything you do in the Thousand-Leaf Empire." Even though Su Ran's cultivation had fallen, a starving camel was still larger than a horse. Many of her methods were still incomparable to infinite primes. Jianshan's face became rather unnatural. He suddenly discovered that it was very difficult for him to keep a secret from Su Ran. She was actually able to secretly monitor him without him noticing. Is this why chaotic primes are so terrifying? Jianshan was alarmed. Su Ran looked at the white bead in Jianshan's hand and said, "The bead in your hand is refined from the soul beads of ancient world beasts. Ancient world beasts are an extremely ancient species in the Saints' world, and they are extremely rare. In particular, ancient world beasts are close to extinction in this current age. Every ancient world beast's body can nurture a universe and evolve into a real world. The soul bead you took from the ancient world beast's body is the most important treasure in every ancient world beast's body. It's very valuable. This is because miniature worlds refined from the soul beads of ancient world beasts possess some special abilities. You must have experienced a portion of these special abilities already." Jianshan could not help but study the bead in his hand carefully. He had never thought that the bead would have a background like this. "It's just a pity that the soul bead in your hand is of a limited grade, or its value would be immeasurable." Su Ran sighed with pity. Afterwards, she glanced at the corpse of the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan, and she could not help but become stern. She said, "Let's go. We can't stay on planet Tianming any longer." Jianshan followed Su Ran's gaze and looked at the corpse in his hand seriously. His face immediately became ugly. The ancestor of the Blood Battle clan was maintaining a strange seal with his left hand. Jianshan was familiar with this seal, as it was on every single wanted poster. It was the same seal used to notify the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pung King. Clearly, as soon as he opened the entrance to the miniature world and before Jianchen could kill him, he had already begun forming the seal. Although he could tell with a single glance that the ancestor of the Blood Battle clan had not completed the seal, the solitary sword ancestor and the Azure Pung King were both extremely powerful peak experts. No one knew whether an incomplete seal could trigger their senses or not. "Let's go," Jianchen called out and tossed the ancestor's corpse into the Anata Tower. He immediately left with Su Ran as quickly as he could. Within a rather shabby stone hut in a remote region of the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire, the azure-clothed Qing Yishuan bid farewell to the ugly woman reluctantly. "Big Sister Zi Qingqing, you must wait for me. When I have great strength in the future, I will definitely come to planet Tianming to find you." Qing Yishuan hugged the ugly woman tightly as she spoke with a determined gaze. "Little sister, you can go in peace. Don't worry about elder sister. Don't forget that elder sister is a heavenly deity. Although I can't be considered powerful, I still have the strength to protect myself." Zi Qingqing spoke, her heart was filled with bitterness. Naturally, she knew that Qing Yishuan's fate would be no different from ending up in the hands of the Gus clan if she followed young Master Chong Yang. However, young Master Chong Yang was an existence that even the Gus clan did not dare to provoke. She was powerless when young Master Chong Yang extended his claws towards Qing Yishuan. "Enough. Master has already urged me to take you to the teleportation formation immediately. It's time for us to go," said Heya. Afterwards, he took out some divine crystals from his space ring and gave them to Zi Qingqing before leaving with Qin Yishuan. The solitary sword ancestor sat on a meteor with his eyes closed in outer space extremely far away from planet Tianming. He did not move at all like a statue. The Azure Pring King stood in outer space with his arms crossed outside the meteor. He stared at the starry sky coldly. "My subordinates should be able to find Jianchen's origins very soon. As long as they know which organization Jianchen comes from, I refuse to believe that he won't show himself under the threat of that organization. Even if he abandons the organization behind him, I can still find him. As long as I can find a droplet of blood from someone close to him, I'll be able to use that as a guide to find where he's hiding," the Azure Ping King said coldly. At this moment, the solitary sword ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. His old eyes shone brightly as he stared at the depths of outer space. He said sternly, "Someone has used the hand seal I left behind." Killing intent surged from the Azure Ping King when he heard that, causing the entire space to distort violently. He said coldly, "No one dares to use the communication method we left behind so casually. Since the hand seal has been used, someone must have found Jianchen's traces. Where is he? The hand seal is not complete, but it's directly connected to me. The moment it was used, I sensed the minute changes to the laws of the world. That place should be planet Tianming," said the solitary sword ancestor. He immediately stood up from the meteor. "I'll be going first." The Azure Pring King transformed into an Azure Pring and moved with great speed. In a flash, he crossed an extremely great distance and vanished into the depths of outer space. The solitary sword ancestor directly sank into the meteor. There was a teleportation formation that could cross planes there. He stood in the center of the teleportation formation and tossed out a pile of 5-colored divine crystals before vanishing. Chapter 2265. Jianchen and Su Ran returned to the imperial capital of the Thousand-Leaf Empire as quickly as they could. After calling out to Kea, the three of them immediately made their way to the teleportation formation in the imperial capital. Along the way, Kea also knew that it was extremely likely that Jianchen's whereabouts had been exposed, so he became stern. He also realized the severity of the matter. The three of them said nothing along the way and arrived before the teleportation formation very soon. Heya and Qing Yishuan were already waiting near the teleportation formation. Kea naturally recognized Qing Yishuan with a single glance. He was slightly surprised and glanced at Jianchen. He was extremely surprised. Clearly, she had never thought that she would actually come across an old friend from the Tian Yuan continent on planet Tianming. However, Kea and Qing Yishuan did not have much of a relationship back on the Tian Yuan continent, so they did not greet each other when they saw each other. Master, Heya arrived before Jianchen with Qing Yishuan and stood behind Jianchen consciously. Where do we go next? Qing Yishuan looked at Su Ran, Jianchen, and Kea. She gently bit her lip and asked softly. She could tell with a single glance that Jianchen, Heya, and Heya were stern. In her eyes, Jianchen was still the young master Changyang who came from a large clan and organization. Clearly, something bad had happened for him to act like this, which made Qing Yishuan feel rather uneasy. Jianchen and Kea had already disguised themselves as soon as they set foot on planet Tianming. They hid their true appearances, so Qing Yishuan still did not know their true identities even now. Let's leave here first. You two go into the Divine Hall first, said Jianchen. Jianchen casually took out a Divine Hall and sucked Heya and Qing Yishuan in. Afterwards, he stepped into the teleportation formation with Kea and Su Ran. With a flash, they vanished. When Jianchen and the others disappeared into the teleportation array, the guards guarding the teleportation array immediately began to whisper to each other. It's forbidden to bring people into any spatial treasure when using the transportation formation. This is the rule of the Thousand Leaf Dynasty. Captain, why didn't we stop them? Should be quiet. These people have far too great of a background. They're not people our Thousand Leaf Empire dares to provoke. I just received an order from the higher-ups that we can't provoke them no matter what. I think one of them is called Young Master Changyang or something. Young Master Changyang? Who was he? How come I've never heard of it before? The captain said sternly. I don't know who Young Master Changyang is either. Anyway, this is an order from above. We only need to carry it out. We don't need to know the reason. The Feng Empire was one of the few eternal empires on planet Tianming. They possessed chaotic primes, so they were so powerful that the Thousand Leaf Empire could not rival them at all. There were only 4 eternal empires like the Feng Empire on planet Tianming. As for the Feng Empire, it was ranked second among the 4 eternal empires. In a bustling city of the Feng Empire, the teleportation formation on the square flickered with white light from time to time. Basically, cultivators of all shapes and sizes would enter and exit the teleportation formation at all times. At this moment, when the light from one of the teleportation formations vanished, Jianchen, Kea, and Su Ran appeared there as well. There are only 6 known teleportation formations that can cross planes on planet Tianming. 4 of them are controlled by the 4 eternal empires, while the other 2 are controlled by the Star Lord's estate. The teleportation formation of the Feng Empire is located in the imperial capital of the Feng Empire. Su Ran said to Jianchen and Kea in the teleportation formation before taking Kea and Jianchen directly to the imperial capital of the Feng Empire. As soon as the 3 of them arrived in the Feng Empire, a burly, middle-aged man in black robes sat boldly on a throne in a majestic hall in the Star Lord's estate that was extremely distant from the Feng Empire. An extremely powerful, terrifying presence radiated from him as if a terrifying power that could destroy the world was hidden within his burly body. He stood above the heavens and ruled over the fate of all life. This person was the Star Lord of planet Tianming. He was a supreme existence on planet Tianming, ruling over the entire planet. Suddenly, the eyes of the Star Lord suddenly narrowed. He frowned slightly and showed displeasure. He murmured, "The Azure Pring King has sent a message. He actually wants me to seal up the entire planet? Does the Azure Pring King really think he's the sovereign of the Saints' world? He's actually made such an outrageous request of me. Sealing up the entire planet is no small matter." But the Azure Pring King is known for being narrow-minded. Even if it's something very small, he'll hold a grudge for the rest of his life. Whatever, I'll just give him some face. Immediately seal up the entire planet and get the 4 empires to close the teleportation formations, the Star Lord immediately ordered. The Planet Lord immediately ordered. Although he was displeased, he did not dare to offend the Azure Pring King over such a small matter. The Star Lord's orders reached the 4 eternal empires in the shortest amount of time possible. The 4 eternal empires dared not disobey the Star Lord's orders, nor did they dare to slack off. They moved as quickly as they could. Immediately, the protective formations of planet Tianming were activated. No one could leave the planet and fly into outer space, while the teleportation formations of the 4 empires were basically closed at the same time. Oh no, planet Tianming has been sealed up. Su Ran's face suddenly changed as soon as she arrived in the imperial capital of the Feng Empire. She stared at the sky sternly. Jianquan's face suddenly changed as well when he heard that. He called out, "Go to the teleportation formation." The 3 of them immediately hurried towards the location of the teleportation formation. However, when they arrived there, their expressions were very ugly. Among the teleportation formations in the Feng Empire, the only interplanar teleportation formation had already been shut down. Only the teleportation formations that could only be used on planet Tianming were still usable. Jianquan's heart sank. He had already realized that the sudden sealing up of planet Tianming and the closure of the teleportation formation definitely had something to do with his whereabouts being exposed. We're in trouble now. Once the Solitary Sword Ancestor and the Azure Pring King learn that you're on planet Tianming, I won't be able to shake off the Solitary Sword Ancestor and the Azure Pring King even if I break through the seal of planet Tianming right now and flee to outer space with my speed, even if I'm in my peak condition. Moreover, the Azure Pring King's speed is unrivaled. Across the entire Saints world, there's basically no one who can catch up to him. At the same time, if he wants to pursue someone, it'll be impossible for that person to escape. Su Ran became extremely stern as well. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, an extremely terrifying presence surged out from the sky above, enveloping the entire heavenly underworld planet. Before the suffocating presence, the space of the entire planet distorted violently. Even the sky was about to collapse. Outside the heavenly underworld star, a gigantic demonic shadow that was not much smaller than the entire heavenly underworld star was quietly approaching. Chapter 2266. The arrival of the Azure Pring King's true body deeply shocked everyone on planet Tianming as his colossal figure descended. At this moment, countless people on the heavenly underworld planet looked up at the sky. They stared at the huge green rock that covered the sky, and they were all dumbfounded. At the same time, all the primordial realm experts in the Feng Empire were alarmed. They all stopped what they were doing and emerged from seclusion. They hovered in the air as they stared at the sky sternly. A few ancient existences that had once shaken up the world and had not appeared for countless years across planet Tianming all awakened from their slumber, rousing from their seclusion. They also hovered high in the sky as they stared at the Azure Pring King sternly. As the publicly acknowledged strongest expert on planet Tianming, the Planet Lord of planet Tianming slowly emerged from the majestic Star Lord's estate. He stood outside and stared at the Azure Pring King who had already descended. He frowned and murmured, "The Azure Pring King only sent me a message a moment ago, telling me to seal up planet Tianming, but in just a few seconds, he's already arrived outside planet Tianming. His speed is truly terrifying. I just don't understand. With the Azure Pring King's identity, just what is it that has made him so concerned, going as far as to travel such a great distance and personally come to planet Tianming from the lone heaven plane? Don't tell me. Jianquan, who is wanted by him and the Solitary Sword Ancestor, is on planet Tianming?" As he thought, the Planet Lord had already taken a step. He passed through space and appeared outside the protective formation like he had teleported. He hovered before the Azure Pring King from afar. The Azure Pring King had not shrunk his body, so the Planet Lord really did seem like an ant when he stood before the planet-sized Azure Pring King with his normal human size. Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance, may I ask what has made you so angry? There are many prodigies from various places in the Saints' world on planet Tianming. They're all innocent people, so they can't endure the pressure of the Heavenly King. The Planet Lord clasped his hands at the Azure Pring King. The Planet Lord clasped his hands at the Azure Pring King. He smiled warmly, clearly showing some respect to the Azure Pring King. The Azure Pring King's presence enveloped the entire planet as soon as he arrived. No matter why he had come, this was a provocation to the planet. As the publicly acknowledged master of planet Tianming, the Planet Lord was forced to step forward. However, due to the Azure Pring King's strength, he did not dare to offend him. Jianshan is on planet Tianming. Immediately open the protective formation, the Azure Pring King said. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He spoke like he was giving a command, leaving no room for objection. As he spoke, his enormous body rapidly shrunk, once again turning into a middle-aged man in green robes. His face was sickly pale. The Azure Pring King is clearly injured, and his injuries are quite severe. It looks like the rumor of him being injured by the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing is true. The Planet Lord was secretly surprised when he saw how haggard the Azure Pring King seemed, but he showed nothing on his face. He immediately opened the protective formation on planet Tianming and sighed emotionally. I never thought that Jianshan, who's currently in the limelight, would actually appear on my tiny planet. However, Jianshan isn't anything special either. It's said that he has close ties with the God Clan, and the little war god of the God Clan seems to be close with Jianshan. He has said that he would protect Jianshan. So many peak organizations in the Saints' world who resent Jianshan gave up on hunting him down. After all, the God Clan was once the greatest clan in the Saints' world. Even though they've declined now, their heritage runs so deep that they can't be underestimated. Moreover, there's a young man called Ming Dong from the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. I heard that he seems to have an extraordinary relationship with Jianshan. There are rumors about him everywhere in the Saints' world right now. It's said that he's either the 8th Majesty's disciple or the 1st Majesty's disciple. Jianshan's identity really is something else. The Planet Lord could not stand the Azure Pring King's condescending attitude, so he brought up Ming Dong. He purposefully mentioned the 8th Majesty and the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to secretly mock the Azure Pring King. Moreover, he mentioned the God Clan. He was obviously implying that the Azure Pring King was so arrogant that he did not even show any respect to the God Clan. The Azure Pring King glanced at the surnamed Zhou on planet Tianming coldly before directly charging into the planet. It's extremely likely that what you just said will infuriate the Azure Pring King. Aren't you afraid that the Azure Pring King will resent you for doing this? After the Azure Pring King's departure, 6 more figures silently appeared behind the Planet Lord. They were of different ages and looked like ordinary people. However, their deep eyes seemed to contain the void of the universe. The Azure Pring King is ordering me around. He's directly giving me orders. He's far too arrogant. We're both Grand Primes. He has dignity, but do we not have it? Considering his strength, we can show him some respect, but there's no need for us to bend our knees. The Planet Lord's face sank as well. That's right. The Azure Pring King really is far too arrogant. He doesn't take our planet seriously at all. If it were the solitary sword ancestor, I would naturally have nothing to say, but the Azure Pring King is still not enough to convince me, an old man said emotionlessly. It's the infamous Azure Pring King. We're in trouble now. Su Ran became extremely stern in the Feng Empire. Beside him, Jianshan's face was extremely sunken as well. The light in his eyes flickered as he discussed how to deal with the situation. Kea also showed some uneasiness. He gripped Jianshan's arm tightly as he became extremely nervous. Before the Azure Pring King, all of your disguises are useless. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of you is just too great. Moreover, the senses of a Grand Prime soul can easily envelop the entire planet, Su Ran said to Jianshan secretly. She also worried for the two of them. Jianshan's heart sank even more when he heard that. If the senses of the soul could envelop the entire planet, no matter what happened on the planet, it would not be able to escape the Azure Pring King's notice. He really had nowhere to hide on the planet. Senior Su Ran, Kea, enter the Divine Hall immediately. Jianshan made up his mind immediately. He did not dare to expose the Anata Tower here, so he could only take out a Divine Hall that would not attract any attention. At the same time, he gripped his last remaining cosmic movement talisman. Now, this was the only way he could think of to escape. However, before Jianshan could take Su Ran and Kea into the Divine Hall, an extremely terrifying senses of the soul flooded out, enveloping the entire planet. Under the envelopment of the senses of the soul, the planet seemed to stop moving. Everything fell silent, and the origin energy froze at that moment. At that moment, all the cultivators below the primordial realm felt like they had been bound by a mysterious power, immobilizing them. This was the terrifying senses of the soul of a Grand Prime. They could easily interfere with the operations of the world and dictate the fate of all life. Oh no! Jianshan sensed that the situation was bad. Under the envelopment of the senses of the soul, a bone-chilling coldness rose up from the bottom of his heart, making him feel like he had been plunged into a cavern of ice. Humph, Jianshan, I'd like to see where you can run off to. No one can save you today. At the same time, a cold voice boomed out. The Azure Pring King appeared silently above the Feng Empire. He stared at Jianshan coldly. Chapter 2267. Jianshan immediately felt an extremely powerful presence lock onto him. The surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment, crushing down on him in layers. Not only did he feel as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult for him to even take a single step, but he also felt like there was a boulder on his chest, preventing him from breathing. He felt like he was suffocating. A Grand Prime is actually so terrifying. Jianshan was extremely shocked. The Azure Pring King's presence was so powerful that it made him shiver in fear. If it were not for the fact that his chaotic body had reached the 13th layer, making him many times more powerful than before, he probably would not even be able to move a finger before the Azure Pring King's presence. Moreover, he could clearly sense the presence of death from the Azure Pring King. He knew that even though his chaotic body had reached the 13th layer, he was still as insignificant as an ant before the Azure Pring King. I never thought that Jianshan would really be on planet Tianming. The planet lord hovered in outer space as he stared at Jianshan. He was surprised. Jianshan is done for unless the experts of the God Clan step forward. Jianshan still has a talisman in his hand. It looks like he still wants to flee. Unfortunately, with his strength, it's impossible for him to flee before the Azure Pring King because he won't have the chance to activate the talisman. The little war god of the God Clan has said that he wants to protect Jianshan. I wonder if the Azure Pring King is bold enough to kill Jianshan. I do hope that Jianshan dies to the Azure Pring King, and then I'd like to see how the God Clan reacts. If the God Clan can teach the Azure Pring King a lesson because of this, it'll be a matter of great satisfaction. Beside the planet lord, the people of various ages looked at Jianshan with interest as well. They all began to discuss with each other. Azure Pring King, with your status, you've actually personally bullied a junior. If news of this spreads, it'll probably damage your reputation. Su Ran said with an ugly expression. Now that the Azure Pring King had personally come, there was nothing she could do to protect Jianshan. The only thing she could do was remind the Azure Pring King to consider his identity. Unfortunately, the Azure Pring King's temperament could not be described with common sense. He did not have these thoughts at all, so Su Rant's words were unable to shake the Azure Pring King's determination to kill Jianchen. Mo Qing was the disciple I valued the most. Since his death is related to you, you are one of the main culprits as well. Even if the people of the God Clan intercede for you, they won't be able to save you. The Azure Peng's voice was extremely cold as killing intent surged from him. He directly extended a finger toward Jianchen's forehead. His finger was a very casual attack, but before it the world paled in comparison. The ground trembled, and the entire world seemed to lose its color. It was as if his finger had replaced the sky, becoming a will that stood above the heavens. It ruled over everything in the world, making it impossible for people to even think about resisting. Not only did the terrifying killing intent condensed on the finger engulf Jianchen, but even Kea, who stood beside Jianchen, was not spared either. He also became the Azure Pring King's target. Clearly, the Azure Pring King did not plan on sparing even Kea. Jianchen's eyes darted around rapidly as an unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. It made him shiver. The Azure Pring King's strength was just too terrifying and too powerful. Before the Azure Pring King, he did not even have the chance to activate the Cosmic Movement Talisman. At this critical moment, an extremely damaged tower covered in sword slashes suddenly appeared. Like a shield, it blocked before Jianchen. Boom! The Azure Pring King's finger struck the damaged tower with unimaginable power, erupting with a deafening boom. A devastating storm of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, directly shattering space and creating a dense web of crack. The imperial capital of the Feng Empire was as fragile as tofu before the powerful wave of energy. Countless structures collapsed, and the protective formation around the imperial capital only lasted for a few seconds before shattering loudly. In a single moment, the majestic and prosperous imperial capital of the Feng Empire had been reduced to a horrible state. It had basically been reduced to ruins. The cultivators who moved about in the city suffered heavy casualties. Countless people died, and only a few people with impressive strength managed to survive. The damaged tower was sent flying by the Azure Pring King's finger strike as well. Although Jianchen had completely blocked the Azure Pring King's attack with the toughness of the tower, his organs were still thrown into turmoil by the collision. Many of his bones were broken, and as his vital energy surged, he could not help but vomit blood in the end. As for Kea, he had been protected by Jianchen long ago, so he was fine. The appearance of the damaged tower caused the Azure Pring King's eyes to suddenly narrow. His unperturbed heart could not help but thump at that moment as undisguised joy filled his eyes. The Anata Tower. It's actually the Anata Tower. The Azure Pring King recognized the origins of the damaged tower with a single glance. His cold eyes burned with desire as he temporarily forgot about Jianchen. With a flash, he directly charged towards the Anata Tower. That tower seems to be. At the same time, the Planet Lord's face, which had become ugly due to the Azure Pring King destroying the imperial capital of the Feng Empire, suddenly became stunned. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the damaged tower. Beside the heavenly underworld Star Lord, there were a few top experts of different ages who were almost on the same level as the heavenly underworld Star Lord. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the tower without blinking. The Anata Tower. It can't be wrong. It's definitely the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower is the famed treasure of the Anata Grand Prime. It's a renowned god artifact in the Saints' world. There have even been rumors that the Anata Grand Prime's Anata Tower has surpassed supreme quality god artifacts. The Anata Tower has actually appeared with Jianchen. This is unbelievable. Whether it was the Planet Lord or the peak experts beside him, their eyes burned with desire the moment they recognized the Anata Tower. They were extremely tempted. Afterwards, they looked at one another before gritting their teeth and charging towards the Anata Tower. They understood that they would offend the Azure Pring King as soon as they took action. It was extremely likely that they would face the Azure Ping King's endless pursuit in the future. However, the Anata Tower was just too valuable, so valuable that it was enough for them to directly become enemies with the Azure Ping King regardless of the consequences. However, once they obtained the Anata Tower and offered it to the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, it would be a great contribution. It would be so great that even if they asked the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to personally kill the Azure Ping King, it would not be enough. The remaining contribution would be enough for them to exchange for satisfactory benefits from the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Although the Planet Lord and the others were nowhere near as fast as the Azure Ping King, they were Grand Primes after all. The distance between them and Jianchen was nothing to them. With a single step, they appeared around the Anata Tower. "You're looking to die." The Azure Ping King's killing intent surged when he saw how the Planet Lord and the others dared to steal from him. He no longer cared about Jianchen anymore. With a cold bellow, he directly attacked the Planet Lord and the others. In his eyes, Jianchen was only an insignificant figure. Even if there were 100 Jianchen or 1,000 Jianchen, they were nowhere near as tempting as the Anata Tower. As a result, he placed his main target on the Anata Tower. It was also at this moment that Jianchen finally had enough time to activate the Cosmic Movement Talisman in his hand. He did not have the time to get Kea into the Anata Tower either. As a race against time, he directly wrapped his left arm around Kea's slender waist and grabbed the shrunken Anata Tower. He vanished under the effects of the Cosmic Movement Talisman. "Oomph, do you think you can escape from me?" The Azure Ping King sneered when he saw Jianchen flee. He extended his hand and a droplet of blood immediately drifted over from afar, hovering in his hand. The droplet of blood was Jianchen's chaotic blood. "You will pay a heavy price for your foolishness today." The Azure Ping King coldly glanced at the Planet Lord and the others with ugly expressions before looking at the droplet of blood in his hand. An excited smile appeared on his face. "As long as I have this droplet of blood, I can easily find you even if you flee to the ends of the world." With that, the Azure Ping King immediately shot off into the distance. He used extreme speed and vanished into outer space. Su Ran hovered in the air above the ruins of the Feng Empire in a rather horrible shape. She thought, "The Anata Tower has been exposed. We're in trouble now. And the Azure Ping King already has a droplet of Jianchen's blood. If he uses a secret technique and uses the blood as a guide, he'll be able to find Jianchen effortlessly. It'll be very difficult for Jianchen to escape. Even if he hides in the Anata Tower, he'll leave behind traces. It looks like I can only go to the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Even though I don't like that place very much, that's the only way I can save Jianchen from the Azure Ping King. P.S. Do you want to see pictures of Jianchen's characters? Do you want to see pictures of Yu Yu and Qin Yishuan? Xiaoyao has already released pictures of some of his characters on his public account. If you want to see the pictures, please follow Xiaoyao's public account on WeChat, Xingxingxiao110. In simpler terms, it was Xiaoyao's pen name and a police number. After following the public account and checking the history, they would be able to see the pictures of these characters. Chapter 2268. After making up her mind, Su Ran immediately left. The Feng Empire had already been reduced to ruins. Even the Imperial Palace was not spared. Naturally, the teleportation formation cast down there had been destroyed as well. She wanted to hurry to a second Eternal Empire and use the teleportation formation there. Only then would she be able to reach the Heavenly Palace of Bishing faster. That's great. We've made a huge mess. Not only will we be hunted down endlessly by the Azure Ping King, but even our clans will be affected as well. The Heavenly Underworld Star's top experts and the Heavenly Underworld Star's Star Master gathered together. They had truly gone for wool this time. Not only had they failed to steal the Anata Tower, but they had even offended the Azure Ping King. Since Jianchen has fled with the Anata Tower, it's pointless for us to continue chasing after him. Let alone the fact that we can't find Jianchen as easily as the Azure Pring King. Even if we know where Jianchen is, we definitely won't be faster than the Azure Pring King in terms of speed. Let's think about how to fend off the Azure Pring King's revenge. The Azure Pring King is a vengeful person. He definitely won't let this matter go. Let's immediately send people to the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Although we can't personally hand over the Anata Tower to the heavenly palace of Bisheng and exchange it for great merit, it'll still be a great merit if we can be the first to bring news of the Anata Tower over. In the vast void of the universe, in a starry sky extremely far away from the heavenly underworld star, the originally calm space suddenly rippled like water. In the next moment, the space suddenly distorted violently, and two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if they had traveled through space and suddenly appeared out of thin air. The two of them were Jianchen and Kea, who had fled here through the cosmic movement talisman. Spurt. As soon as they appeared, Jianchen could not help but vomit blood again. His face was rather pale. Jianchen, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Kea asked with concern. He immediately wanted to support Jianchen. However, when she moved her body, she found that her waist was tightly hugged by one of Jianchen's arms. A strong force came from his arms, making her unable to move at all. Feeling the power and warmth coming from Jianchen's arm, Kea found it hard to remain calm. His heart began to beat uncontrollably, and ripples began to form in the depths of his heart. Sensing Kea's movement, Jianchen immediately loosened his arm around Kea's waist. In his panic earlier, he did not have the time to get Kea into the Anata Tower. As a result, he could only hug Kea tightly and flee through the cosmic movement talisman. He did not have any other intentions. The light in Kea's eyes flickered. She looked at Jianchen with some mixed feelings and said in concern, "This is a god-tier healing medicine. Eat it quickly and stabilize your wounds." With that, Kea took out a heavenly resource she had obtained from the divine medicinal garden in Poseidon's palace and passed it to Jianchen. At the same time, Kea opened her hand. Immediately, an invisible suction appeared in her hand, gathering all the chaotic blood Jianchen had spat out in the surroundings. In the end, it condensed into a thumb-sized droplet of blood in her hand. I know that every time you break through to a new realm, you consume a huge amount of cultivation resources. This blood also contains a portion of your power. Every time you lose a drop of blood, it means that your power is reduced by a portion. Thus, this blood cannot be wasted. As she said that, Kea slowly raised her hand and controlled the droplet of blood to approach Jianchen's lips. Jianchen looked at the droplet of chaotic blood and nodded slightly. With a gentle suction, he swallowed all the chaotic blood and said, "My wounds are fine. I'll make a full recovery before long." Jianchen paused when she reached there. She looked back at the vast space behind her and became extremely stern. She said with a deep voice, "I once heard that the Azure Pring King's speed is unmatched in the world. Although we've escaped through the cosmic movement talisman, I have a strong feeling that we're not safe right now. With the Azure Pring King's speed, he'll catch up very soon." Kea dismissed her thoughts with that. She became stern and frowned. "With our speed, it'll be impossible for us to escape from the Azure Pring King if we travel through outer space. The Azure Pring King should have many ways to find us. It looks like we can only escape from the Azure Pring King if we enter a spatial crack." That's right. The 5 elements are reversed in a spatial crack, and space is in a mess. Even the laws of the world will be affected. Even if the Azure Pring King is a Grand Prime, he'll still be affected to a certain extent in a spatial crack. However, we have the Anata Tower, so we don't have to fear the spatial storms in there at all. We can rampage through there fearlessly. Perhaps that really is a place where we can shake off Grand Primes right now. Jianchen's eyes lit up. Immediately, he took out the 9-star sword of heavenly ways and said to Kea, "Let's not tarry. Let's go right now, but I'm afraid I can't rip open the space here by myself. Kea, lend me a hand." Let's use our full strength and rip open the space here. All right. Kea nodded. Afterwards, she stood beside Jianchen and used her full strength without holding back at all. She used the laws of creation, destruction, and fire together. She fused the three laws of different elements perfectly, condensing them into a single inscription that shot towards the space before her. At the same time, Jianchen's 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone with dazzling starlight. Huge, illusionary stars appeared one after another, striking the space before them with power that was no weaker than a primordial realm expert. Jianchen and Kea used their most powerful attacks at the same time. Immediately, the space there shook as a meter-long spatial crack suddenly appeared. "Let's go into the tower," Jianchen called out. He and Kea entered the Anata Tower in a flash. They controlled the Anata Tower to shrink to the size of a fist and directly entered the spatial crack. Soon after the Anata Tower entered, the spatial crack closed by itself, returning the region to its original state. Peace returned to the region of outer space. However, the peace did not last for too long before it was broken once again. A dazzling, azure light flickered in the depths of outer space, heading straight towards where Jianchen had vanished. The azure light moved just too quickly, unbelievably quickly. In the previous moment it was still in the depths of outer space, but in the next moment it seemed to have crossed through space, crossing an extremely great distance and arriving where Jianchen had been. The azure figure was the Azure Pring King who had pursued them with lightning speed. Jianchen has actually vanished here? The Azure Pring King hovered in outer space proudly. He stared at the drop of chaotic blood in his hand for a while before the tremendous senses of his soul immediately flooded out, enveloping the entire region of outer space. However, he frowned very soon. He discovered nothing with the senses of his soul. He failed to find any traces of Jianchen. Moreover, after arriving here, he failed to find any traces of Jianchen even when he used a secret technique with the droplet of chaotic blood in his hand. It was as if Jianchen had completely vanished from the world. You're dreaming if you think you can escape from me," the Azure Pring King snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and fused with the world. He used his comprehension of laws to peer into the past and future. "So you've hidden in a spatial crack. Do you really think you can escape from me just like that? You're far too naive. I have to obtain the Anata Tower before the solitary sword ancestor arrives." Very soon, the Azure Pring King opened his eyes and sneered. He casually ripped open space and entered the spatial crack with a flash. P.S. Shiyu's character portraits have also been released. Right now, several character portraits have already appeared on Xiao Yao's official account. The later ones are still being updated. Brothers, please follow Xiao Yao's official account on WeChat, Xingxingxiao110, or just search for Xinxing Xiao Yao's pen name. Then check the history and you'll be able to see these character portrait. Chapter 2269. Within the spatial crack, violent streams of energy and spacetime storms filled the entire space. There were even terrifying temporal vortexes mixed in. There was danger everywhere as far as the eye could see. The slightest carelessness could lead to certain doom. Even primordial realm experts needed to be extremely careful here. Otherwise, even someone as powerful as a primordial realm expert would die here. In this dangerous spatial crack, there was a broken tower that was only the size of a fist. It was covered in sword slashes, but it had turned into a faint golden ray of light. It rampaged through everything in an unbridled manner, shattering many powerful streams of energy and spatial storms that constantly distorted space. It advanced in an extremely domineering manner. It was as if the spatial crack that made many primordial realm experts pale and unwilling to enter easily posed no threat to the damaged tower at all. Only the time vortexes that could distort time could make the small pagoda avoid them. The tiny tower was naturally the Anata Tower. At this moment, Jianchen and Kea both sat with their eyes closed in the Anata Tower. Jianchen's entire mind had fused with the Anata Tower. He used all his strength to control the Anata Tower to move through the spatial crack quickly. He knew that the Azure Pring King would catch up very soon, so he did not dare to be careless at all. Even when he successfully hid in the spatial crack, he still did not feel at ease. The Azure Pring King's strength could be drastically weakened due to the chaotic laws and incomplete laws here. As a result, he did not bother with healing at all. He used all his strength to control the Anata Tower. Kea sat beside Jianchen with her eyes closed. She also used her own method to sense the situation outside the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower was a peak god artifact. It possessed its own space, an independent miniature world. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to sense the situation outside from within the Anata Tower apart from Jianchen, who had refined a portion of the tower. However, Kea was an exception. Although she had not refined the Anata Tower like Jianchen, or even controlled it, she could clearly sense everything that was happening outside from within the Anata Tower. Strange. Why do I feel like I can control the tower like Jianchen? It's really a wonderful feeling. Kea was extremely puzzled as well. She was perplexed as to why she would have such a feeling. At that moment, she even had an urge to try controlling the Anata Tower. However, when she thought about how Jianchen was controlling the Anata Tower to fly away, she could only suppress this urge in the end. I seem to have a connection with the tower that even I can't explain clearly. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning, but as my strength rapidly increased, this feeling slowly appeared and became more and more intense. Kea frowned as she thought hard. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was still unable to come up with anything. At this moment, Kea's heart suddenly tightened. At that moment, she felt like her soul seemed to sublimate, and her connection with the Anata Tower became even tighter. A sliver of her consciousness seemed to fly out of the Anata Tower, allowing her to clearly see an azure streak of light shooting towards them with unbelievable speed from an extremely distant spatial crack behind the Anata Tower. It's the Azure Pring King. He's actually so fast. Kea's heart tightened. She opened her eyes and looked at Jianchen. She understood that Jianchen had not discovered the Azure Pring King's pursuit. However, the Azure Pring King was just too fast. He had turned into an Azure Pring that was only 2 meters long. With a flap of his wings, he could cross extremely great distances. Space seemed to fold before him. When Kea discovered him, he was still billions of kilometers away from the Anata Tower, but in just a few seconds, he had arrived 1,000,000 kilometers behind the Anata Tower. He was rapidly approaching it. Oh no, the Azure Pring King has caught up, Kea immediately warned. Jianchen opened his eyes when he heard that. He glanced at Kea in doubt. He constantly sensed the outside world. Everything within several 100,000 kilometers of the Anata Tower was unable to escape his senses, but he did not discover any traces of the Azure Pring King. Even though he was very curious as to how Kea had determined that the Azure Pring King had caught up, he trusted Kea very much. Without any hesitation, he immediately changed the direction of the Anata Tower, approaching an even more dangerous region. Just as the Anata Tower adjusted its position, a huge hand completely condensed from energy suddenly appeared. It grabbed the space where the Anata Tower had just been with a terrifying presence. This time, due to the close distance, Jianchen clearly saw the huge hand that had suddenly appeared. His face changed. If he had not changed the direction of the Anata Tower in time, the Anata Tower probably would have been caught by the hand already. Jianchen understood that although it was impossible for the Azure Pring King to destroy the Anata Tower, the Azure Pring King was a Grand Prime who stood at the apex of the pyramid after all. He possessed extraordinary abilities. Once the Anata Tower ended up in the Azure Pring King's hands, the outcome would be horrible. Afterwards, Jianchen controlled the Anata Tower to advance in a zigzag manner. He would go wherever there was danger. He was fearless with the Anata Tower's toughness. Humph, no one who has been targeted by this king has ever managed to escape. Even if you've chosen a special place like this, which limits this king's abilities to a certain extent, you still can't escape from this king. Behind, the Azure Pring King sneered. Even though the spatial crack could threaten primordial realm experts, he was in existence who stood at the apex of the pyramid. He possessed extraordinary abilities and was extremely powerful. There was nothing that could threaten him in the spatial crack. It would only obstruct him slightly at most. The Azure Pring King flapped his wings, and azure light immediately poured down. It whistled out as an extremely violent gale. The gale possessed unimaginable power. All the streams of energy and spatial storms that stood in the Azure Pring King's way collapsed before the gale. They were as fragile as tofu. The entire space shook violently. The remaining power of the gale caught up to the Anata Tower under Jianshan's control, causing it to shake and sway. It constantly churned in the air, making it difficult for Jianshan to control. The Anata Tower immediately slowed down slightly. The Azure Pring King used this opportunity to pursue. In a single instance, he crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and arrived within 1,000 kilometers of the Anata Tower. Jianshan's face sank within the Anata Tower. He set his sights on a temporal vortex nearby and immediately made up his mind. He directly charged over with the Anata Tower. Jianshan had always feared the temporal vortices there. Even with the protection of the Anata Tower, he did not dare to set foot in them so easily. This was because he had already witnessed the power of these temporal vortices. He knew that the flow of time in there was extremely unstable. He was afraid that he would be affected by the flow of time if he fell in, causing him to pass through countless years in a single instance. By the time he emerged again, the outside world would have already changed. Or perhaps, time would flow backwards and he would become a newborn, returning to the most fundamental state of life. Or perhaps, he would return to nothingness. But now, under the Azure Ping King's relentless pursuit, he had no other choice. Swish! The Anata Tower directly entered a temporal vortex with a faint, golden light. P.S. Shangguan Mu-er's portrait has been released as well. The other portraits are being released as well. To those who want to see them, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, ZingXingCao110. It was the full pinyin of Xinxing Xiaoyao's pseudonym. There was also a phone number for the police. You could also find it by directly searching for Xinxing Xiaoyao. Moreover, Xiaoyao discovered that many people did not know how to find the portraits that had been released before, so Xiaoyao would like to teach them. After following the account, there would be a menu at the bottom of the screen. You would be able to see the historical information there. To those who cannot see the menu, please click on the coordinates of the text input box, which is to the left of the voice button, and switch between the input box and the menu. Chapter 2270. The Azure Pring King immediately sneered when he saw Jianshan charge into the temporal vortex recklessly. The temporal vortex could pose a fatal threat to other primordial realm experts, but he no longer feared the temporal vortex with his current level of cultivation. The Azure Pring King followed closely behind, charging into the temporal vortex as well. But very soon the Azure Pring King became stunned. He discovered that as soon as he charged into the temporal vortex, the Anata Tower that he had locked onto had suddenly vanished from his sight. God damn it! The Azure Pring King could not help but curse. How could he not understand that he had already been affected by the temporal vortex? On the surface, he had entered the temporal vortex at basically the same time as the Anata Tower, but the time he experienced inside was completely different from the time the Anata Tower experienced. Perhaps he had already spent a very long time in the temporal vortex in that split second, which was why the Anata Tower that he had locked onto had vanished from his sight. The Azure Pring King flapped his wings and charged out with great speed. At the same time, the extremely powerful power of laws wrapped around him, resisting the changes in time from all directions. At this moment, if someone stood outside the temporal vortex, they would discover that the Azure Pring King seemed to be moving in slow motion. He flapped his wings extremely slowly, advancing at a speed no faster than a snail. Just when the Azure Pring King was about to charge out of the temporal vortex, the streams of energy nearby suddenly became extraordinarily violent. Temporal vortexes in the surroundings seemed to be attracted by something, gathering around the Azure Pring King from all directions. Several dozen temporal vortexes formed an extremely huge storm of spacetime, enveloping the Azure Pring King in a grand fashion. It seemed like the several dozen temporal vortexes had been gathered together by a mysterious hand, specially targeting the Azure Pring King. No matter where the Azure Pring King charged out from, he could not avoid being sucked into a second, third, and fourth temporal vortex. Even though the temporal vortices were unable to pose any threat or harm to the Azure Pring King, they had kept him busy, temporarily trapping him here. Although the Prosper Plane was one of the 49 great planes of the Saints' world, the Prosper Plane was so powerful that it surpassed all the other planes. It was one of the few peak planes out of the 49 great planes and 81 great planets. This was because the heavenly palace of Bishing was located on the Prosper Plane. Not only was the heavenly palace of Bishing the name of an organization, but it was also one of the 3 great treasures of the Anata Grand Prime. The Anata Grand Prime was one of the 7 grand exalts of the Saints' world in the past. His cultivation had reached the peak of Grand Prime, making him an existence akin to the laws of the world. He spent most of his time cultivating on the Prosper Plane, interfering with the operation of the laws of the world and affecting the order of the world. As a result, the laws of the world on the Prosper Plane became denser and clearer, allowing people to comprehend the laws of the world to achieve twice the results with half the effort. As time went on, the Prosper Plane became one of the few peak planes in the Saints' world. For example, everlasting empires and peak clans were not rare on the Prosper Plane. As for the heavenly palace of Bishing, it had become a sacred place in the eyes of all the experts on the Prosper Plane without a doubt. It was extremely supreme. At this moment, a hazy figure shrouded in a hazy light stood before a lake in the majestic heavenly palace of Bishing at the center of the Prosper Plane. The laws around him condensed as if he had truly fused with the world and the laws, becoming a supreme ruler. Every single word and action of his represented the supreme will of the world. What was reflected in the lake in front of this person was not a clear lake. Instead, it was a chaotic space filled with colorful energy turbulence and spatial storms. To no surprise, the chaotic space was the scene within the spatial crack. Inside the spatial crack, the most eye-catching thing was the gathering of dozens of time vortexes, trapping a green rock that had shrunk to a size of 2 meters. Master, I just saw the planet Lord of Tianming bring a few important people of planet Tianming to visit you. He said that he wanted to see the First Majesty, but the First Majesty has gone out to search for Senior Gu Dao's soul fragment under Master's orders. She is not here, so I can only directly report this to Master. An old voice rang out from outside. It was the voice of the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bishing. Although the artifact spirit could control everything within the heavenly palace of Bishing, where it could learn about everything that happened with a single thought, the region where the person shrouded in hazy light was clearly not something the artifact spirit could sense. It had no idea what was happening inside either. After a moment of pause, the artifact spirit continued politely, "The news they bring is quite important. They seem to know the whereabouts of Master's treasure. Send them back." The hazy figure that seemed to have become away spoke before the lake. His voice was cold and emotionless, containing all the sounds in the world. It was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. "Yes, Master," the artifact spirit backed off politely. "My fourth way has already taken shape. It will truly take form before long," the hazy figure murmured softly. After the artifact spirit left, the figure shrouded in dense light murmured softly. Then, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, the world reflected by the lake in front of him changed. The scene in the spatial crack disappeared. As the light and shadow flickered, it seemed as if countless worlds were flashing. Even the world where the Tian-Yuan continent resided vanished in a flash. I've already searched through the entire Saints world in the past few years. I've searched through thousands of lower worlds, but I've failed to find any traces of you. Where has the flame Reverend been hiding? As the only everlasting empire on the cloud plane, the Tian Empire did indeed possess unshakable strength. It was extraordinarily terrifying. Aside from the Heaven's Link Peak, none of the peak clans and organizations on the cloud plane could shake the Tian Empire's position. At this moment, 3 towering towers stood silently in the depths of the Imperial Palace like pillars that held up the sky. The 3 towers were the pride of the Tian Empire. At the same time, they were Poseidon pillars that held the Tian Empire in place. They were the ultimate power that could deter the entire world. However, at this moment, black clouds suddenly surged from one of the towers as laws gathered. An extremely terrifying presence suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire central region in a single instance. It expanded to the north, south, east, and west regions, causing the sky of the entire cloud plane to pulse in an extremely unstable manner. The heavenless demon Exalt has actually broken through. At the same time, 2 old men appeared silently at the top of the other 2 towers. The 2 of them stared at the tower shrouded in demonic aura in surprise and joy. Chapter 2271. One of the 2 old men was the ancestral emperor of the Tian Empire, who had abdicated a long time ago. The other person was the first imperial protector of the Tian Empire when it was first established, Chun Feng. The 2 of them were the most ancient existences in the Tian Empire. They had become Grand Primes many years ago. They were peak experts who stood at the apex of the plane. At this moment, the demonic aura around the tower where the heavenless demon Exalt resided was withdrawn, revealing a black figure hidden within the demonic clouds. It was a middle-aged man in black robes. His face was cold and he seemed slightly evil. He hovered in the air, as if he was the supreme being of the world. A domineering aura emanated from his body. The presence was so powerful that it caused the surroundings to change color and space to distort. It was as if he had become the ruler of the world. His cold gaze was filled with coldness that looked down on all living things. This person was the heavenless demon Exalt, as well as the second Grand Imperial Protector of the Tian Empire when it was first established. When the heavenless demon Exalt had just broken through, an old man with white hair and ruddy complexion sat on the ground on a mountain peak that was enveloped by a powerful formation somewhere in the central region of the cloud plane. He focused on explaining the mysteries of the universe to the old man in blood-red robes who sat across from him. His every word and action seemed to represent the truths of the world, resonating with the laws of the world. Vaguely, the sound of the laws seemed to resonate with the laws of the world. Vaguely, the sound of the laws seemed to resonate and revolve around him. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through the old man's eyes. At that moment, his gaze became as deep as the universe. He stared into the distance, and he suddenly became stern. This is bad. I never thought that the heavenless demon Exalt of the Tian Empire would actually break through. The cloud plane will no longer be peaceful. The white-haired, ruddy-faced, sage-like old man stood up and stared into the distance as he spoke with a solemn expression. Peak Lord, what has happened? The old man in blood-red robes also stood up and asked rather cautiously. A great upheaval is about to occur on the cloud plane. Perhaps a peak organization will vanish in the annals of history. However, this matter has nothing to do with you. Houston, all you need to do is cultivate here peacefully and wait for that person's arrival, said the old man, who had an immortal aura and was addressed as the Peak Master. He was the Peak Lord of the Heaven's Link Peak. He possessed an extremely great status on the cloud plane. Houston became stern when he heard that. After a moment of silence, he said, Will the Tianyuan family be in trouble this time? Originally, the Tianyuan family could have stayed out of this. After all, with their strength, they did not have the right to get involved. It's just a pity that the Tianyuan family is connected to the Shi clan of the northern region. The Peak Lord of the Heavens Link Peak sighed gently. Peak Lord, I want to return to the Tianyuan clan immediately, Houston said decisively. Once you leave here, you'll be in great danger. Houston, before that person arrives, you can cultivate here peacefully. I won't let you take a single step away from the Heavens Link Peak, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak said firmly. There was no room for negotiation. At the same time, the peak existences hidden in various places on the ancient cloud plain all roused from their seclusion. They either looked at the Tian Empire in the central region sternly or excitedly with eagerness. The heavenless demon Exalt has actually broken through. The Tian clan is filled with ambition. They've never given up on their grand plan of uniting the cloud plain. It's only because of the Peak Lord's existence that the Tian clan hasn't dared to act recklessly. Now that the heavenless demon Exalt has broken through, the Tian clan truly possesses the power to suppress the Peak Lord. There's probably no one who can stop the Tian clan on the cloud plain now. Extremely powerful senses of the soul crossed over from various places on the cloud plain as they discussed with one another. At the same time, in an unknown space extremely far away from the cloud plain, a majestic divine hall stood there silently like a primordial beast. It radiated with a terrifying presence that could shake up the world. The divine hall seemed to be able to suppress an entire region of space. When it stood there, it seemed like even the independent and unknown space had to submit to it, prostrating itself before the divine hall. At this moment, a rather deep voice suddenly rang out in a gloomy room at the very top of the divine hall. Something huge is about to happen on the cloud plain. I've actually been dragged into this matter. It looks like I can't let her remain there any longer. The voice in the room fell silent for a while before suddenly calling out, Qingming, come see me immediately. The voice was not loud, but it rang out everywhere in the hall. Just as his voice sounded, an old man in black robes silently appeared outside the secret room. He respectfully bowed towards the tightly shut secret room and said, This old servant greets master. Quickly go to the cloud plain and bring her back safely from the southern region. This is her portrait and aura. With your level of cultivation, as soon as you set foot on the cloud plain, you will be able to sense her location immediately. As he said that, a stream of consciousness flowed out of the room and directly entered the old man's forehead. It turned into the appearance of a girl. If she doesn't leave with you, take out this strand of hair. Afterwards, a strand of black hair appeared outside the room, hovering before Qingming. Qingming's eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the strand of hair. He could tell with a single glance that it was his master's hair. His master's presence was clearly lingering on it. Qingming did not dare to tarry. He carefully accepted the strand of hair with both hands and stored it away before leaving immediately. Where is the war demon? Qingming arrived in the divine hall and called out to the empty divine hall. Grand Elder! A deep voice reverberated through the empty hall. With that, a terrifying pressure suddenly permeated the entire hall. It seemed to be able to crush the sky. It filled the entire hall with a destructive force. Come with me to the cloud plain. I have a bad feeling about this trip to the cloud plain, so you have to be careful, Qingming said with a heavy voice. If the Grand Elder has a bad feeling about this trip to the cloud plain, it means that this trip to the cloud plain might not be peaceful. It's been a long time since I've fought. I really look forward to what fun I'll run into this time. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. P.S. A portrait of Jianchen has been posted on the public account today. The other portraits are being posted as well. If you want to see them, please follow Xiaoyao's WeChat account, ZingXingCiao110. It's Xinxing Xiaoyao's full pinyin name. There's also a phone number for the police. You can also find it by searching Xinxing Xiaoyao. Moreover, Xiaoyao has discovered that many people don't know how to find the portraits that have been posted before. Xiaoyao will explain it here. After following the account, there's a menu at the bottom of the screen. You can see the history there. For those who can't see the menu, please click on the coordinates of the text input box, which is to the left of the voice button, and switch between the input box and the menu.